Hello, everybody. Welcome to Paddling Pool 325. Our first set coming at you is Hamster versus Distinct. On the mic, I'm Signo Kari. Joining me today is Carney. Carney, how you doing?
I'm doing really good. It is my first time commentating for Paddling Pool. Hello, Dapple Productions. Hi. I'm really excited to be here. Sig, we've commentated together before, and we've always had a really good time. I'm really excited to see these two teams duke it out on the stage here. And speaking of stages, let's take a look at what we've got in store for these two teams.
We are kicking things off with Tower Control on Mako Mart. One of these stock standard tower control maps of the past couple of years, especially in Splatoon 3. And speaking of standard, we've got Hagglefish Market for Game 2, just the definitive map mode for this game, and then a classic with Rainmaker Humpback if we so need it. But going back to Tower Control, I'm looking at these rosters, and obviously we all know Distinct. That bow, the roller, all that. Yeah, exactly. So we know what they're bringing, but I'm curious to see what Hamter run here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we won't have to wait for very much longer to see what these hamsters running around here have in store for us. Let us take a look at these comps. I do see several new weapons on the rosters here. We've got 3 new weapons on the side of Hamter. We have the Stickers Stamper. We have the new mini. I completely forgot what it's called, as well as the new shot. Oh my goodness. Let's get right into it.
Ollie already finding a pick onto Mini, and then Tiger also going down here. Tough opening for Distinct so far. Hamter taking full advantage, rushing that tower to that first checkpoint. And Azuka already from Ollie as well, just trying to corral as many of these players into Kafka's Kraken as possible, and it works out just fine, finding one, getting even more space on this top right for Fatal to get set up here, and they're already past this first checkpoint. It is a fantastic start so far for Hamter. I'm curious to see if they can keep it up with this jetpack from Mooj, though.
And it's still not looking good for Distinct, as Hamter is going to be going right into that second checkpoint. Distinct losing players left and right here, as Hamter once again really riding that second check, and it's a delayed wipeout for Distinct. Now Hamter has the opportunity to go all the way to goal if they so desire. They are already getting that GG Booyah up and ready. Passing checkpoint 3, I think we might be able to see 100-0 here if the rest of Hamter can end up getting towards this goal, but it's not looking good for them, as the rest of Distinct is respawning and pushing that tower back into neutral play.
Massive defense from Distinct there, and a hammer pick to capitalize on things from Rafa. Able to find that pick onto the mini. No Zuka for the side of Hamter, but that Kraken is putting in work, forcing Mooj to kind of back up a little bit, but now this shot is on their own. This bubble is doing a great job at just making a little bit of space on that right-hand side, and Mooj has another jetpack, able to clear out this left-hand side, apply a lot of pressure onto Fatal, find that pick too, and with the rest of Distinct clearing out the right side, they're finally able to get this tower moving, and they can start their offensive here.
Absolutely. We see another stamp pick off of that. Oh my goodness, what an incredible pick on one of the members of Hamter there. 2 members of Hamter now going down. Distinct in control of the tower still, but Kafka over there clearing out tower really well, coming up from behind, gaining control on one of the stacks, and it is not looking good for Kafka, as they do end up going down to Tiger here. Tiger has popped the bubble as Mooj and the Inkjet is in play, and we can see now Distinct is still has a grip on the tower somehow. They have not popped checkpoint 1 yet, but that is soon to change, as they do end up cracking that checkpoint and moving forward into the dreaded second check area of Mako Mart, which is kind of a pain to play around if you don't have the firepower.
Yeah, and they don't even have the positions either. You need to be able to take that top right stack sort of area if you want to push past into and past that second checkpoint. And Distinct had to give it up with a disadvantage, and now Hamster on this Sticker Stamper is going to be able to make a lot of space. Found a pick earlier with that sword just to kind of kick off that defense for Hamter, and now it's going pretty well for them. However, Distinct do find a pick onto that Stamper, and Rafa's looking for a little bit more, finds the mini, turns for the rest of the team. Shot is down as well, and now Distinct are just looking to break that second check. Now they have the positions. Mooj has that Inkjet just clearing out so much space on that top left into the way of Rafa's hammer, but the Stamper is able to clean up. This checkpoint is going to be stalled for quite a while unless they find another pick, and there it is right there with the Stamper. Now it's all on the Shot to kind of pressure the tower, and they go down, and Distinct have suddenly found themselves in a fantastic spot to possibly keep moving.
And Rafa on the Slosher there was doing a really good job of threatening that platform area so that way the rest of the members of Hampter could not get the rest of Distinct off of that tower area. 37-7 now. Distinct still has a ways to go, and there is a minute left on the clock now. They need to start their counter attack, and soon, because 2 members of Distinct end up going down in the moment now. Hampter is going to be taking that tower and pushing it forward into that neutral position, but the Stamper coming out, not really finding anything there, as Ali now on that is going to be on the tower, ends up going down as Mooj seems to have that jetpack ready to pop whenever the desire so strikes them, and it does end up proving useful as 2 members of Hampter do end up going down in the last 30 seconds of the match.
Yeah, this could be the opening that Distinct need. They just need to get past both those checkpoints. A little bit of a tough task, especially when that Stamper is holding that Booyah Bomb, and your Tower Rider ends up going down here. The big bubbler is going to have to be popped early from Tiger along with those Tri-Strikes, and Rafa ends up actually dropping on that bottom right. The Suzuka also finds 2, make that a third. It's just Mooj left, and the Booyah Bomb on the tower is going to steal things for Hampter as they clean up game 1.
That GG Booyah Bomb is unfortunately just something you have to learn to deal with. Again, Hampter really doing a good job of taking that first game under their belt. A really super solid first and final push that they had in the beginning there. We can see here now on this instant replay as Hampter goes past checkpoint 1. Now they're going into that corridor of checkpoint 2 as they just consistently take members of Distinct down and down and down again, and that wipeout was really what almost sealed the deal there. But fortunately for Distinct, they did not end up getting knocked out in that moment because of the rock-solid defense around that goal area.
No, they were able to hold on there, but the offense from Distinct just wasn't quite there, not able to get kind of the space they needed in front of the tower, not really able to pressure until the very end, and by that point it was just way too late. So many specials were online for Hampter that Trizuka finding so many on the right stack especially just made things too difficult for Distinct to kind of push through, especially with the Shot pressuring at the same time. Now we're going to a little bit a mode where you don't have to push up quite as much, as slightly different, and that might benefit Distinct, especially with a Tri-Stringer that can kind of hit over the ledges, clear people out into the roller, into the Slosher on Hagglefish Market. I think this is going to change things up quite a bit, and I think Distinct will really appreciate it.
I 100% agree with you. Ledge play is super, super important here, especially, like you said, Hagglefish Market has a lot of places where you can threaten the ledges, like underneath the glass, underneath the canopy. You've got the ledges that are right underneath the enemy's spawn point. And a lot of the players of Distinct really do love the ledges because, like you said, we've got the roller, we've got the slosher, we've got the bow. Like, that is the ledge trifecta that just can easily funnel the members of Hampter, if they're not careful, into the loving arms of the roller.
Yeah, it's all a question of how Distinct find a way. Rafa's on the new the new Dreadringer. Okay, with the one with the crab tank. I kind of like the pick, although Slosher is also incredibly strong here. It just gives some consistency, and Crab just applies so much pressure, especially on this map, where it gets a ton of value. My main thing is just how are you going to be able to deal with the Stamper providing more damage, the Kraken putting pressure on the Zuka as well. That's really what you're going to have to worry about if you are Rafa here. And so far, I mean, Crab Pop immediately gets shut down by that Stamper on the bottom left-hand side. The Shot inside of that Kraken, also looks for another pick onto the mini Splatling, almost finds it but just runs out. The big bubbler is popped just to stall the zone for a little bit. The hammer comes through. The zone is back in control for Hamter, but they don't have that that mini Splatling hammer, and then finds two, and that's Distinct with a quick retake, closing in on this lead, and they have so much space to work with, especially with Rafa's Crab Tank.
Yeah, like you said, the Crab Tank is kind of a bit of a strong pick here because despite the fact that it hasn't been nerfed and it is no longer as strong as it used to be, on Hagglefish Market especially, there is a lot of space that you can work with that has advantage on that Crab. Mooj getting a pick on that Inkjet there, as we can see that Stamper coming out yet again. Distinct still has control of the tower. We are not going to see another Stamp pick, unfortunately, but they control of the tower, control of the zone. They still are going, painting the zone for dear life, and again, they still have it under their belt now, and it is just looking a little too close for comfort for Hamter as the Crab is being popped out yet again. Hamter does not seem to have an answer for the incredible power that Distinct is showing them.
Yeah, and once they break into that hold, even with a Kraken pressuring that Crab Tank, there's so much paint on the side of Distinct, and it's worked out so well. You can really just outpaint this comp on the side of Hamter between the Dread Ringer, the Mini, and everything. Distinct still have not given up the zone. They're down a couple of players, but Hamter are down 3, and they're looking to go up 4 Distinct are, but Fatal stays alive. It's not enough, and Distinct answer right back with a fast KO to even things up at 1-1.
Woof, that 100 KO from Distinct has got a sting for Hamter there. And as we are going to be going into the coveted Game 3, Humpback Pump Track Rainmaker. But before that, let's see some key plays from that match. The beginning, obviously, with that super double stamp kill on that was just excellent. Really helped Distinct move forward into the zone to get the cap and keep it held. All they needed was just that one advantage state, and they capitalized on it immensely.
Absolutely. Bridget on that mini Splatling, massive difference maker, opened so many different holes, applied a lot of pressure, especially onto Fatal on that pencil with the hammer throws. You saw it in both those clips right there. Where Fatal couldn't contest the zone. They really had to back up, whether it was onto those ramps, off of the kind of glass canopy up top. That allowed Distinct to hold for so long and get set up, get Tiger into great shark spots, get Rafa a great crab angle, or Mooj just a great timing to pack. Really solid work. And I'm really excited to see what they have for Rainmaker, especially since they have Hammer, they have Jet. Those are some massive playmaking specials that have impact, especially on this mode.
Absolutely, but I'm honestly not going to be counting out Hamter too, because we haven't seen some really good plays from them. And as we can going into this tiebreaker, let's see if they are switching up the comps any more than they have been. Rafa going back to the Slosher here, as we can see that Hamter is going with a pretty similar thing to what they were doing last time, but I do want to point out that they have the Crab Stamper, the Cramper in their possession now. That Crab is going to be huge for them if they can play it right.
Not only is the Crab big on that kit, but also Toxic Mist on this choke point, especially on elbow. It can completely stall out a push. You can shut that Rainmaker down immediately. I really like this counter pick coming through. It's not going to work out just yet, as Rafa does find that opening pick, and then Bridget finds that second, and even a third with the hammer toss. Excellent work. That's Fatal down. No cooler on the side of Hamter. The Crab Tank has to be popped. Same thing with the Kraken to force everybody out, but that is a check within 45 seconds for Distinct. That is so early. You have so much more time to kind of just break the game down and open things up. This shot is able to find Mooj, but gets traded out immediately by Tiger, and now Hamter are on a serious back foot, especially with Rafa sneaking the rain in for another 20-odd points.
Yeah, Rafa just out of nowhere grabbing the Rainmaker and going isn't really going to be hurting Hampter now. 2 down on Distinct now. It might be Hampter's time to shine as we can see the Toxic Mist in that choke point. They are looking to try and protect the Rainmaker as much as they possibly can. Hamster on that crab stamp is going to be sacrificed for the checkpoint, but now at least Hampter has the checkpoint under their control, even though they did have a pretty nasty trade-off on that. But Distinct now, again, in control of the Rainmaker. We can see that Rafa getting that double there is going to be opening up the way for that Rainmaker.
Yep, and another follow-up pick from Bridget is going to just leave things in a one-on-one. This shot is able to win it with a little bit of help from the respawns, but now Rafa is in a bit of an interesting shark spot. Kraken is able to clear it, but so is Tiger. Tiger's up there. Toxic Mist is getting thrown, I believe, by Mooj on that vanilla tri-stringer, but ends up going down here. Ollie does have an opportunity with that tactical to possibly swim through if somebody's able to maybe apply pressure onto that tri-stringer. Just going to take the lead. Oh my goodness. And now Hampter, they suddenly find themselves half the game time expired with a small lead, but it's a lead nonetheless. They will take that every day. And now how do they play this out? How are they going to kind of set up their sort of defense just to make sure they don't lose this and close out?
Realistically, getting through that checkpoint when you don't have as much offensive power requires specials. So what I think is going to be happening here is that Hampter is going to have to get control of the special economy. If they don't grab the Rainmaker and try to rush forward first, Tiger ends up getting a pick on that Rainmaker and ends up popping it as well as Distinct grabs the Rainmaker. They are going to be trying to get that lead back under their control. With 2 going down on Hamster, it is not looking good for the rest of the team as that Stamp does not end up getting a pick but ends up clearing at least some of the way now. Kafka looking for a kill now, ends up trading with the Rainmaker. That is 2 down on Distinct and no lead in sight. But again, that differential is so tiny. Even just the smallest upset could switch the lead back into Distinct's favor.
Absolutely, and it's a pretty simple spot to get to, especially if you have a big bubbler like on Tiger here, or a hammer just to provide cover fire, even clear out this very tricky bottom right area. Finds the pick on the one, looking for that second on Ollie. There's your 2 primary issues, and a full wipeout means that Rafa is running that Rainmaker, taking the lead down to 18 points. And now Distinct with a minute left, yet again, have this lead back. They get the pop too. They can even look for more. Tiger's putting so much pressure. They get an extra point out of it, just squeezing that advantage for everything that it is worth. And now Rafa's able to back out, get that jump in, maybe find a good shark spot. No, Kafka's able to clear it out, but Bridget is able to trade. This is really big as well. Distinct have been fantastic at finding trades, playing off of each other's picks, and just some good positioning, great setup from them. And this is also kind of what we saw during SAC Finals, how they won. Just able to play around each other beautifully, find these great trades. And now it's just a numbers game at this point. They can set up that big bubbler. They have great specials to kind of chip out and stall. And Distinct, the ball is in their court, or Hampter, the ball is in their court. And with this Toxic Mist, it's going to be difficult to break through.
Yeah, and it is not looking good for the rest of Hampter because we can see that Distinct now is going to be closing in. There is a couple of seconds left on the clock now. We're going to be playing into overtime. The GG strikes are coming out, but they are not able to find a pick now. Hampter in control of the Rainmaker yet again, but the Toxic Mist is blocking their path. And with that, Rafa comes in and clears the Rainmaker out while it is stuck in the Toxic Mist. Not a position you want to be in for Hampter because unfortunately they do end up getting reverse swept in the set.
Yeah, that is a difficult spot to be in if you're Hampter. However, I really thought that they had an opportunity there with Hamster pressuring that tri-stringer, with pressuring Mooj just so well. I thought, maybe they have a window here, but no. The rest of Distinct is able to play around that pressure, kind of run at the rest of the team, find a couple of picks to go along with it, and end up shutting down that Rainmaker at the very end. Excellent work. Again, great play for the stall. And, you know, this is kind of how Humpback can be sometimes. You know, you can get maybe just a little bit further, basically to where Ollie got picked off right there. but then you just need to find almost a wipeout to kind of get through to the rest of it, find a breakthrough in those points.
Yeah, absolutely. It's honestly a switch up when it comes to Rainmaker on this map specifically, because it's like, yes, you've got the choke points, you've got the funnel areas where it's like nigh impossible to break through, especially like we can see here, the Toxic Mist just in the way, like it slows the Rainmaker down to a crawl, and the Rainmaker is already like as slow as humanly possible now. Oh my god, it's my little squid guy on the screen.
Welcome to Paddling Pool, everybody.
We're in the pool! Oh my god!
Oh my...
I was not expecting to see my little Octoling pop up on the screen, but it is a welcome sight.
Oh my...
What a great set. What a great set between these two teams, honestly. Because like you said, distinct, the known like winners of the most recent SAC, like just really strutting their stuff here in Paddling Pool. The great team synergy, great special economy, really rock solid offense and defense. And while yes, Hampter did have them in the first half, I'm not gonna lie, they said, okay, what did we do bad in that first game? How can we fix it? And then just boom, boom. Now they're at like, now they've won the set. Like, that's all there is to say.
They did a fantastic job, and they will be moving on to the next round of Winners Bracket, where I believe they will face off against the winner of 6, 7, 13, our top seed, and Sigmas. So that's going to be a set to look out for. I'm curious to see how Distinct do. They've been on a bit of a hot streak recently, so anything is really possible in that round. I'm curious how it's going to be, but we're not going to be going over that set after this quick break. We're going to be going over another one, and we will see you just in a couple of minutes. Hello everybody, welcome back to Paddling Pool 325. I'm Sigdakari. Joining me on the mic is Carney. We got another round 2 set for you. We've got Damn versus Immortal. Some pretty familiar players just looking at this. Carney, what are your thoughts on this set of map modes?
Damn. Wow. Okay, so looking at that first round that we've got here, Hagglefish Tower. You know it, you love it, maybe you love to play on it, but we also have Museum Rainmaker and then maybe Scorch Clams if we can get that far, which is, I have some thoughts about Scorch Clams, but I'll tell you guys after this match here. We can see we've got a pretty interesting comp setup from both of these teams here.
Ooh.
I'm seeing Squelchies, I'm seeing a Carbon, I've got like a tent on the side of Immortal here, as well as the 96 Gal, the newer one. And we've got a double Gal on Immortal as well, with the 52 there too. So pretty interesting comp setups, but as we are getting into this game, let's see how they work out for these teams.
Yeah, already though, Nemeka is able to find 2 on that left-hand side, looking for that third along with their teammate, but the Slosher ends up going down here. Nemeka just trying to roll out, but Nightmare's able to chase. Milk Tea, though, is having a field day right now, just dancing around with these dually Squelchers. May not deal a lot of damage, but they sure can fight. And this Killer Whale is going to clean things up for, I believe, Nightmare on the 52 Gal, and Nemeka is in a bit of a rough spot here, kind of cut off, but has the support of the Snipe Rider and of DD on the Slosher, and is able to get out in time. The strikes come through just to clear a little bit of space, and Damn has still full control almost of mid. The Booyah Bomb might be able to change things up, but with 2 players being down, Immortal have not really been able to get this ball rolling.
Yeah, Damn is going to be looking to take that tower right now. Milk Tea dancing around Nightmare there, ends up getting the pick as Immortal gets pushed back into their base area. Now, this is the part of tower on Hagglefish Market that you need to watch out for, because as soon as you get past checkpoint 1, you are directly up against the enemy's spawn. You need to get onto that canopy area, you need to clear it out, and then you need to start working on that second check, because in a situation like that, you do end up wiping out Immortal. Wiping out Damn now is going to be in control of the tower, as we can see that tent is just gonna tap it and ride it as the rest of Damn respawns and moves forward into mid.
Immortal have a solid grasp of the map now. That Booyah Bomb is going to clear things up, give Nightmare an opportunity to run up that ramp. Isn't able to find the pick, but the Fizzy Bomb is, and so we're in a bit of a rough spot for Damn here. I believe it's just Femi left on the Snipe Rider. DD's able to respawn, grab that cooler, and possibly just clear out this ledge, maybe contest that tower before they grab lead on the side of Immortal. But they've just done a fantastic job at controlling the space so far. This Booyah Bomb able to clear out Femi on that Snipe Rider again, while the tower does get immediately pressured, and 3 players go down though. So
Ooh.
Damn having fantastic defense. What a great catch, as 2 players are up on the top right. There's nobody really left to defend that tower. You can just kind of run at it and really apply a good amount of pressure, just kind of throw shots into it, chip out a lot of people, and find those picks. And now Damn have fully turned that around, and with 2 more picks on the Gals of their own, and DD just looking for some more chip, that's a full wipeout on the side of Immortal, and Damn are looking to extend their lead even further.
Damn said, alright, we got wiped out in this section, let's wipe them out before we can get wiped again. And it is really working out for them thus far, because they are possibly looking to break that second checkpoint. The Slosher going absolutely nuts on 2 players of Immortal. Now Immortal is on the back foot. We can see that Damn, again, has the lead. They are just going to be pushing forward into that checkpoint 3. They end up going 3 down in the moment now, as Immortal prevents a total knockout. They are still in this game, 39-18 now, less than 90 seconds left on the clock, as Damn is being pushed back into their base by Specials and Paint alike. Immortal taking the tower, going to be looking to try and possibly flip that lead over to them now.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough. You don't have that many specials to consistently get in. You end up popping all of them right here. The Killer Whale, the Super Chumps, and the Booyah Bomb just to try and get in. The Tenebrella is able to find a pick. You know, that's a weapon that people really didn't expect to see. But Milk Tea is able to trade out on that tower. The tower is stuck for Immortal. They're not able to move that up any further, and Damn are able to take full advantage with a big rush towards that tower back into mid. 40 seconds left for Immortal, and they're just getting their cooler. Can they find DD? Yes, but not before trading out Yukaru. And now, Damn, again, they have that man advantage. They found another pick, and Immortal have a ton of... They don't have a ton of space to work with, actually. And Damn is just constantly pushing that tower, pressuring it. The Booyah Bomb goes straight into mid, forcing a couple players back, but no picks come of it. It's just Milk Tea taking a 1v2 and is able to actually swing it just for a little bit more damage. Clean out onto the Dually Squelchers. And nobody is able to contest that tower on the side of Immortal. Damn, clean up. It got a little bit tough there on the first push of Immortal, but then Damn just took full control of the match.
Absolutely. Milk Tea being an absolute menace on those Squelchies in those last couple of seconds there, as well as just doing a really, really good job of being like your ideal Dually Squelcher skirmisher player. Like, honestly, excellent work from Damn now. Like, they kind of bungled the first time that they were at second check, but they really redeemed themselves in that second one as they got just absolutely... They went absolutely nuts on those poor Immortals players on the under the canopy there, and that really helped solidify their lead, because they didn't have a big lead differential in the moment there, but they really managed to just push it a little bit farther, and then prevent Immortal from ever touching the tower the entire rest of the game.
Yeah, they played a fantastic game of just kind of enclosing in, just making it so Immortal didn't have a lot of space to work with that wasn't like directly contested by a member of Damn, whether it be the range, the mobility, the AoE from any of their players. They were able to just execute beautifully, and that is kind of what has brought Dually Squelchers back into sort of the limelight here. We've seen it more often in Area Cup, in Western top-level tourneys, and now in Paddling Pool, where it's just a fantastic skirmisher, super mobile, paints pretty well. Again, it can't do the most damage per shot, or doesn't have the greatest TTK out of a weapon, but it's just so good at everything else, and is a fantastic skirmisher if you have teammates that can play around it, that it really helped out Damn here. Milk Tea is just a fantastic pilot of that weapon. But I want to highlight something. Why is Immortal playing Cream 10? I don't remember that being like a fantastic pick. I'm curious what the reasoning is there, because we never see it. It's got Miss Chump. It's definitely better on Rainmaker, because Miss, but I don't understand the reasoning. I'm curious about it now. I want to see it work, just to see.
Like, I don't know. Like you said, it's like better on it's better-ish on Rainmaker because it's got the Toxic Mist, but there are like other tent kits that you can pick that are, in my honest opinion, eons better on literally any of the other map mode combinations that you can think of. So I'm not entirely sure why you would bring a Super Chump to a tower map, especially on Hagglefish, when there are like other better tent kits, but let's see if they keep up with that tent kit that they were using.
Yeah, now I want to see it more. And we're switching, DD's switching over to that Crab Tank Slosher, the Dreadringer. Again, we've been seeing it. This is the second set in a row, and we don't have a tent. We have a Blaster Dually now. I guess they were like, probably not the greatest weapon, and Blaster's very strong here. I like the fighting core that is on the side of Immortal. I'm just questioning kind of the range. It's going to be tough working into just the Crab Tank and the Sniper Raider on the side of Damn, and so far it's proven to be so as they go 2 players down, make that a third. It's just Yokaru left on this 96, and they're going to be picked off, traded out by the rest of Damn here. Immortal again on this back foot. This opening has not been very kind to them, especially with these players constantly staggering as well. This Crab Tank is going to provide a little bit of safety, a little bit of stall for the team, but they're still in an incredibly difficult position with this early check being broken for Damn.
Absolutely. And as Dam grabs
What?
the Rainmaker from behind and pushes it all the way to 28 without any of the other teammates of Immortal noticing up until it was too little too late. Now Immortal has control of the Rainmaker, not for long, because they were looking for that checkpoint there, but Dam said no, we're going to do it our way on our turf. DD immediately moving away from that triple splashdown. Excellent job. And now we can see that crab. We are having a crab fight in mid, and the bald crab from DD is going to be the winner of the crab battle. As we can see, they're in a bit of a rough spot. They need to jump out now, and that is exactly what they do. That new Dreadringer really proving useful for the other members of Dam to play around. Now, Immortal has 2 down. They still have the Rainmaker though, but they are in a really unideal position here. You don't want to have the Rainmaker in that specific corridor because it's very hard to get it out of there if you end up dying with it. And with the rest of Dam just proving a really good rock solid defense, it is not looking good for that member of Immortal.
Yeah, and especially with Nemeka just finding that early pick, that's just further solidifying your point of just, that's such a tough spot. Like, it's a stally spot. You can't really position there as easily if you have lead, but Immortal make it work. They get that checkpoint, they have a crab tank set up, able to apply even more pressure, set that pop up. Nightmare has a splash wall that they just use to kind of hold that space a little bit more, and now Immortal are kind of staring down an opportunity here to get that lead back. However, DD on that crab tank is going to be able to do the same thing that Immortal just did, just get a lot of space controlled, apply some pressure, but Nightmare's on top right. There's not much space, but Nemeka finds a window onto that Rainmaker. The rest of the players end up dropping like flies. And Immortal, they almost had a shot there, but just not quite. Nemeka with a great pick on that Rain, just open things up. And now, Dam, they have control of that Rainmaker again. They're looking for another push. They're not happy with 28 and want to go for more. And with this crab tank and with a super chump at the ready from the new Carbon kit, they have an opportunity with some cover.
Yeah, and Carbon, with the Super Chumps, is an especially deadly combination because, as we have seen, the Carbon loves to shark. Nemeka now sharking on the spinner. As I say that, looking for a couple of picks on that Rainmaker, does not end up getting it. Jumps out just in time for the other members of Immortal to push up onto that ramp. They are looking for they're looking for the lead. They just barely missed that lead, 32-28 now, as the rest of the members of Immortal need to grab that Rainmaker and push it just a little bit forward in order to get that lead out of it, but not looking good because Nemeka has dropped the Rainmaker down below into the pit. As we can see, there is a member of Immortal on bats now. Less than a minute left. They do end up going down. 2 members of Dam down as well, and 2 members of Immortal. People are dropping like flies left and right here as Immortal is fighting for power.
Yeah, Immortal, they're close to that lead. Only 4 points separating them. They only have 40 seconds though, so they do need to play a little bit slow. Their timer is going to outlast OT, so they might want to make a play before that happens and attempt to fight for that pop. Nightmare is able to move up to top left and find that pick on the Femi. Nemeka also goes down. Milk Tea is really the only one that's able to pressure Rain directly. DD's caught a little bit behind the play, but is able to catch up, find that pick, and there's 3 down on the side of Immortal. Dam are able to hold on. They have that pop. It's just a question of what they do with this Rainmaker. Are they going to just sit and shark around it? Are they going to move it over to a good stall spot? It looks like they're going to opt for that second option there with Nemeka dropping it down to the bottom right behind the sponge too. This is one of the hardest spots to get it out of, especially when you're just trading members, and with overtime happening, you know, Nemeka went down, his players are up, but nobody's able to really get that pop. His players go down again, left, right, and center. The dualies are the last one left, and they're taking a duel. It's Milk Tea to come out on top, and from there, Dam is able to clean up that 2-0.
Damn.
That's one word for it.
They did a really good job in that last minute. Like, Immortal had us for a second there. It was tight, 32-28. We thought that they were going to get that Rainmaker at least a little bit farther, but the members of Dam said, no, this is our game now. This is our turf. You think that you're going to get us in an overtime play? We're going to move this bad boy over to the sponge and see how you like it. And just with that, incredible moves all around from the team members of Damn. We can see now, let's look at the replay here, because this is the moment where we see that Rainmaker be picked up from behind and moved forward onto that 28 marker, just completely out of view of the camera. Unfortunately, I would have loved to see that from... I don't think anybody was expecting them to pick that Rainmaker up when they did, because you can see the realization on the Immortal members as they just turn around to see that Rainmaker hightailing it towards the goal.
Yeah, I mean, we see it perfectly from the Blaster's POV. Like, they didn't even notice Femi jumping across, I believe, from top middle. On that spinner, just a perfect jump, able to sneak on right by past everybody under their noses to go down to 28 points. And that's exactly what was needed of Damn, able to hold on for that entire rest of the game. Really solid stuff from them. But that is going to clean things up for round 2 here. I believe our next set is going to be round 3, our first best of 5 question. Yeah, it's going to be our first best of 5. And it's going to be coming right at y'all after this short break. Hello everybody, welcome back to Paddling Pool 325. I'm Sigdakari, joining me on the mic is Carney, and we have got our first best of 5 of the day in winners quarterfinals. Had to do a little bit of quick math there. Blanksy versus Heavy Metal. We're kicking things off on one of the most popular Rainmaker maps in this game, Undertow Spillway.
And for good reason. Undertow Spillway Rainmaker, again, like probably the one Rainmaker map mode that you see most often, besides what we've got on the opposite end there on Humpback. But Undertow Spillway, you really, really have some good angles to work around, because it's like the clash of which checkpoint to take is like the classic, just what, like, team strategy. Like, because the left checkpoint, obviously, you'd feel like is the more obvious choice, because it's like right there, you've got the now thankfully paintable corridor connecting the checkpoint to the goal. But the right checkpoint is like the safe spot. It's like, if you want to get like the checkpoint fast, you go for the right. If you want to get more points quicker, you go for the left. And was that the new Pro Icy on that team? I am literally so excited right now.
Yeah, that is a new one. Blanksy Pancake is going to be able to run that with the 10 of missiles, definitely going to help out in just applying a lot of pressure, forcing people to move. And already Yushi is running this Rainmaker all the way down just for 7 points, but puts it in a pretty tough spot. Team ends up going 2 down though against Heavy Metal, so that, just moving that Rainmaker is going to help with a little bit of salt. Pyro's up in a pretty solid spot here, able to put a lot of damage into that Rainmaker, find a couple of picks along with it. That's 3 players down on the side of Heavy Metal. They've fallen right for Blanksy's trap. They get a quick checkpoint with it as well, and this hammer is ready from Yushi. I don't think they're going to opt to pop it until just now when they need to for the pop. And Kama's hammer actually runs out. 2 players, 3 players down! Yushi can run this Rainmaker for so many more points, all the way down to 26! Before a respawn from Daisy comes in and stops, puts an end to that madness just for a quick little bit. But 4 minutes, 1 minute in, 4 minutes left, and Blanks already has a lead by almost 75 points here, Cardi.
Blanks is in it for... They're in it to win it. They, again, 7... What just happened there?
I don't know!
What just happened there? We're at 1 point already until Blanks knocks out completely. I didn't even see the Rainmaker pop. I didn't see who picked it up. I was too focused on the skirmishes that Blanks is doing in the middle here, but Heavy Metal has control of the Rainmaker now, and they need to knock out in order to win, which is a tall order for how aggressively Blanks is playing. They end up losing the Rainmaker, 2 down on either side now. Kama not finding any picks with that stamp throw, as Yushi is going to be looking for a kill on that quick and run and sploosh. Gets it a little bit a ways away from the rest of the members of Heavy Metal now. Ends up going down, which means that Heavy Metal has to pop the Rainmaker yet again. And this is what Blanks is looking for. They were waiting for Heavy Metal to go in to pop the Rainmaker before getting them 3 down. Now Blanks is going to be looking to just keep the Rainmaker right there as it resets now. Yushi on the sploosh looking for more kills as the Rainmaker is popped yet again. They are unstoppable.
They have not, like you said, they have not stopped. Just constantly being aggressive, even when they're like going down into like disadvantaged situations, like on that Rainmaker defense. They have picks. They've stalled out the Rainmakers. The biggest thing, if you find that pick on the Rainmaker, the offense, the push from Heavy Metal just has to slow down, because you can't really set up. You can't just leave the Rainmaker at the dry, or else all your space means nothing. And again, they're just forcing that Rainmaker pretty far back. Yushi is, especially before going down here. That's going to stall things out quite easily for the rest of the team to rotate onto that checkpoint, find that pick again. Now Ying's Crab is in a bit of a tough spot. It's getting value, sure, but now it's not just getting enough value to maybe take that lead to push forwards. And Ying now is the last one left, as Devil is able to find a pick with that 52 gal, and the Rainmaker from Yushi is now back in mid, just all of a sudden.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that the Sploosh would pick up the Rainmaker and run it forward, but that is what we are seeing now. Putaro now on that head, it's just doing a really good job of keeping those sodas as just constantly going for the rest of Blanks. Again, we have not seen Heavy Metal just get even remotely close to that checkpoint yet, and it's already almost a minute before the match ends. Yushi with the sploosh going to be taking out the stamp, looking for a kill, not finding any sort of picks on that pencil in the back there, as the 1 minute mark is going to be given us now. 3 members down on Blanks. Heavy Metal's time to shine is now. They need to pop that Rainmaker, grab it, and run for their life. We see the sodas are going to be coming out. This is vital for that push, as we end up having a member of Blanks just grab the Rainmaker from above. The members of Heavy Metal were not quick enough to grab that Rainmaker. Less than 30 seconds now remaining, and it's not looking good.
No, Blanks are just doing a great job, just textbook stalling. You know, you have just a frankly ridiculous lead, and you're playing to it wonderfully, just stalling any opportunity you can get, any slight sort of hiccup you can give Heavy Metal is just going wonderfully here. Herda able to stall out. It gets picked off. That's actually one of the few things that's gone right for Heavy Metal this game, where they've gotten a couple of unanswered picks. Pyro gets caught off by the Rainmaker shot, and all of a sudden this check looks wide open, as it's just Yushi left. But these curling bombs are doing so much. Finds a pick on the Ying. Yushi looking for a little bit more. Finds Kalma too, and now it's just DZ left, just providing these jumps, playing, has to avoid the hammer, looking for Pancake maybe on this right hand side. The Snipe Rider is going to be the first to be pressured. Pyro ends up dropping, and ends up dropping actually, and the Killer Whale comes through, and that cleans things up. Blanks take a dominant map 1.
Dominant is not even a good enough word for what Blanks just did to Heavy Metal, because oh my god, I didn't see them pop the Rainmaker the first time, like in the beginning of the match. They grabbed it, they ran, and then all of a sudden everything was just going right. We can see now we are running that Rainmaker. Yushi just going as fast as humanly possible, as is what a Sploosh is wont to do. They grab the Rainmaker here in this moment and run it all the way almost to goal now, as we can see Herda protecting the Rainmaker from afar. But just that really quick Rainmaker play was all that they needed to keep that, to just win the game, honestly. Because I don't think that Heavy Metal had an answer for how hyper-aggressive Blanks was being.
Yeah, I mean, they really didn't. It kept on just coming up. Every single time they tried making something happen, either Yushi or Pancake or Pyro or Devil were just constantly running at the Rainmaker, just causing so many issues for the other team, for the rest of Heavy Metal, you know, whether it was the Rainmaker or not getting value out of like Crab Tank because it's in front of the checkpoint and you don't have the checkpoint. It was very, very difficult for Heavy Metal to play, but now we're playing on a little bit more of a controlled objective. You know, it just moves in the set path, has some checkpoints to slow down. Blanks are going to have to change their tempo at least a little bit here on tower control, and now I'm just a little bit confused here.
You can't really grab the tower and just run it all the way to the goal like you can with the Rainmaker. They have to play by the tower's rules. The reason it's slow for a reason, and especially on Mako Mart, I'm kind of looking forward to seeing Heavy Metal's like hopefully revival here, because hyper aggressive plays and comps don't really work on Mako Mart Tower, especially because of the way that it's built. Like, you can get a lot of really good, like, purchase out of having a hyper-aggressive team, but the defense is really, really, really important here, especially playing around that second and third, like, stopping point near the freezer.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a different one. Again, that second check, like in the previous, 2 sets ago, pretty important spot to be. Like you said, you have to be set up for it. That's a very difficult spot, especially around freezer where you have Stamper, Dread, Blaster, everything that can chip on the side of Heavy Metal here. But Blanks are just going to take the tower and immediately rush. Usually has a big bubbler on it that was just popped, and yeah, I mean, they're already at first check. They have not stopped their pace yet from game 1.
Yeah, and on a Blanks, Yushi is the only one to have switched over their weapon to the Junior. Like you said, Bubble on Tower is going to be absolutely rock solid choice here. Herda in front of the tower, threatening the rest of the members of Heavy Metal as Heavy Metal's base slowly but surely turns that shade of yellow that they do not want to see. Blanks does not end up getting the second checkpoint though, as the remaining members of Heavy Metal are looking to push forward into mid, try and keep Blanks out of their area as much as they possibly can. But Yushi is going to be having another bubble on the tower. The amount of special charge that Yushi is running is probably ridiculous to have a bubble up that fast on the tower, because that means that they are past checkpoint 2 and they are looking for that third checkpoint already.
This is just nuts as multiple players end up going down. Even the jumps aren't safe as Devil is just running away, not able to escape the Stamper and the Dread combo. Just so much damage there and range too. And now Heavy Metal, they've stopped the push at 20 points, and now they have to make all of that up. They have 3 minutes to do so. The cooler is up, and the rest of the team is able to make some space. DZ on that right-hand side is just setting up for a little bit more. However, the missiles are going to provide a lot of pressure on this tower, force this first checkpoint to stall out quite a bit. Kama has that Zipcaster at the ready, is able to pop it on that Stamper inside the big bubbler, just looking for something, has a lot of damage but not able to clean up any kills. The rest of Blanks is able to just turn, shred everything. Now it's just Ying left on the respawn, I believe, and Yushi jumps back to spawn and tosses a bomb.
Not entirely sure what Yushi was doing there, but I mean, if you're as quick as the Junior is, you've really got time to spare. 3 end up going down on Blanks. Heavy Metal is going to be using this to their advantage. DZ looking for a pick as that bubble ends up being put in a really ideal spot now. They are needing to shred the bubble in order to move forward, and to do that, they need to clear out the rest of the members of Blanks first. Now, the tower is going to be moving into that second checkpoint area, and like the both of us were saying earlier, this is where it gets serious. You gotta make sure that that tower is protected, and Yushi is making sure that the rest of the members of Heavy Metal are not going to be moving that tower any farther than just barely almost to that second checkpoint, because the rest of Heavy Metal now is back in mid. The bubble is on the tower yet again. Insane bubble gameplay from Yushi on that junior. Just the defensive answer that Blanks needed.
Yeah, and great work from Blanks. They've turned it around completely into another offensive, already pushing up almost to their high score of 20, and with the big bubbler from Yushi and Devil just pushing for so much more space in front of this third checkpoint. DZ's the only one that can directly contest tower, and they're not able to for very long. It's just Ying left, and they're not able to stop anything. Blanks take a KO. They got down to 1. They said, nah, that's not good enough. We need to send a message in game 1.
Good
and
Lord.
Now they pushed it for game 2. And, dang.
Just, wow. Oh my goodness. I'm very, very impressed, because I don't think that Ying was able to pop a crab that entire game. They're playing the crab Dreadbringer. You'd expect there to be a crab. I did not see a single crab on that map, but maybe I just did, and Blanks just immediately destroyed it. But really, really strong showing from Blanks yet again. I was like, all right, the hyper-aggressive comp isn't going to work as much as it should, but then they brought out the bubble, and it was just over.
I forgot that Yushi is very good at Junior. I don't know how. I forgot. But, like, Yushi is a monster on Junior, especially. I haven't seen... And, I mean, they proved it completely. Just constantly running in, finding picks. The bombs were fantastic. The bubbler, just every single spot it needed to be perfectly placed. And Blanks took that to the bank, especially with all the aggression from the rest of their team. Just able to clean up. The missiles on defense were fantastic from Pancake as well. Everybody was fighting. And, I mean, that was kind of the story of it. They have not let up the gas more than, the one time this set. And even then, it was like they just kind of waited until they got specials or like got a really good fight or position that they wanted. And now moving on to Clan Blitz, I mean, speaking of slowing
gas.
things down and pressing on the gas, this is the mode that really tests that.
And I have this weird, funny feeling that we're going to be seeing the sploosh yet again on Blanks, because it's Barnacle and Dime Clan Blitz. If now is the time, if there is any time to be playing hyper aggressive and going as fast as humanly possible, this is the map mode for that. And it seems like Yushi is going to be sticking with the junior as DZ pulls out the Luna Neo, which is going to be having the fizzies and the stamp, which is very, very good for Clan Blitz. Very easy to stamp cheese in this day and age.
Absolutely. I mean, it'll work out pretty well. That Luna's a pretty funny weapon. Fantastic kit, especially after the stamper buffs. And it's already working out great. Heavy Metal have a 2-player advantage here, finding that third as well. It's just Pyro left, I believe, in that bottom left. It has a jump in from Pancake. Or no, that was Pancake and got a jump in from Yushi. But the slider is coming in from Ying, finds a pick, breaks that big bubbler. Yushi has to get out so damaged. The Zipcaster's chasing, same with the Luna Blaster, and DZ's able to clean up that pick. Heavy Metal have sort of found themselves here on Game 3. They don't have a lot of clams to work with, but they sure have a ton of map control. It's just waiting for, a matter of waiting for those clam respawns.
They have clams, and that's the important part here, because Blanks does not have a clam to their name right now. Yushi is going to be playing the defensive here, looking to paint that pit in that very, very pretty blue. Gets a pick on DZ now. has the bubble at the ready, looking to maybe use it defensively here on the rest of platform, as Heavy Metal has 13 clams in their possession. All they need is a good advantage state, and they do end up popping that Rainmaker, getting a pick now, destroying the rest of Blinks and just getting them off of that area. That, oof.
Ooh. That is a big play from Pyro there, able to kind of get behind mid and shut down that offense. Now everybody's being forced back because Yushi is just in the spawn, able to like single-handedly score, find those picks, has almost a big bubbler ready to give a little bit more offense. Pancake just is running in with a couple of more clams. This Yushi ends up going down, but the big bubbler is perfect, provides some great cover. They're going to have to break that on the side of Heavy Metal before being able to even consider contesting the scoring, and Blanks has already gotten it down to 50, and Pyro has another power clam down to 30. This is nuts. How do you score that much? That is ridiculous from just a single little sneaky play from Yushi into that pit.
They did not stop with just the 30 there, because they did end up getting another couple of clams into that basket. Heavy Metal now has, again, control of the clam economy. They have a power clam and then some odd clams, and they also, I believe, have a pity to work with as well, which might not be good for Blanks, because it's looking like they're gonna try and push forward into that plat. The missiles coming out, though, end up scattering the rest of the members of Heavy Metal, and now there's only the Pencil left, as the Pencil needs to back up, provide jumps for the rest of their team, and they do get a really good pick on Pancake now. They have a power clam in their possession, but Blanks is just non-stop aggression. Yushi looking for a pick on DZ, ends up not getting that pick. DZ ends up getting it instead, as Pyro here just looking to try and sneak in, not really getting anything now, as we can see that they are going to be jumping back to defend the basket.
Yeah, I mean, it drew a couple players over. However, Heavy Metal still have a lot of map control to work with. They actually have more than before when Pyro kind of went for that play of just running to the right. But now they're being forced back again. A couple of picks going in favor of Blanks here, and that's going to benefit them, just give them a little bit more space. Everybody's kind of forced back to the plat here on Heavy Metal, and while everyone's backing off, the missiles are popped on from Pancake on the side of Blanks, and Yushi's just running in, pops that big bubbler, immediately broken by that Reef Slider from Ying, and two players immediately try and rush for that pit. One player gets picked off by Pyro, make that a second, as that's a trade. 3 players down. The power clam goes in, but it doesn't look like anything else is going to on the side of Heavy Metal, and with 50 seconds left, you need to make a larger dent than that to get this lead back.
Yeah, a larger dent indeed, because they are going to need a lot of power clams in that basket if they want to contest with Blinks 27 here. Less than 30 seconds left on the clock now. All of the members of Heavy Metal have the specials under control, and they are looking for that. They're looking to try and get that lead back towards them. But it's just really not looking good, because the rest of the members of Blinks are just, especially Pyro, taking out. No shot.
You can't do that. No. You jump in again to the big bubbler. Yushi just keeps finding these windows. It is absolutely ridiculous. And another power clam. They're going for KO. They're not even trying to end the game early. They wanted to just end that with another knockout 100-0 score, and they do end up getting punished. Now 2 power clams on the side of Heavy Metal. Reef Slider goes in, maybe a jump. Yes, there it is, into for that power clam, but it's only going to bring them down to 47, and that's if they get it. Ooh. And Blanks with that wipeout, preventing that power clam from being scored, ending overtime a little bit earlier. They're going to complete that 3-0. They're moving on to winner semis, and Heavy Metal go down to the lower side of the bracket in a pretty tough set.
Good Lord. Blanks. Guys, you really didn't need to rub it in like that at the very end there. Good Lord.
Oh my days.
I want to see that again. I want to see that. Let's look. Let's look. All right. So here.
Wow.
Here is the first push from Blanks, right? And then we see the double from the Headit. Really, really good, solid Headit plays here, Blanks. You did a really good job. And, like, Pyro, like, shout out to you. And we can see now is the time they jump in. They wipe out Heavy Metal. They get that Power Clam in there. They get the second one in there. They have the missiles out, the bubble. They were looking for another Power Clam to put in there and end Heavy Metal suffering, but it ends up being whiffed over the basket just as it closes. But guys, come on!
That's just insane.
Wow!
They're trying to send a message there. Oh my goodness. What a play. They were on fire this whole set from Blanks. That was absolutely absurd. I can't believe they did all of that. They did not need to, but they did. And
it was like the last 30 seconds of the match too. The last like little bit remaining of the match, they were like, all right guys, so we have an opportunity here. Let's just knock these guys out of the park and like make sure that they cannot get any sort of like overtime play. Because if they had knocked them out, they wouldn't have been able to like try the overtime play that they ended up trying. But it's just, man, good lord, that was the first match, especially with they were too fast for even the commentators and like the streamer to find them. That's insane.
I mean, that's just what happens when you're constantly pushing the pace. A lot of those spray shooters, they have the paint. They can kind of dip and duck and dive around inside of that paint, and just fantastic mobility. And Yushi's one of the best of them there. And I mean, just goes to show how strong Junior especially is. But Yushi as a player is just nuts. Blanksy, absolutely fantastic follow-up. Stalwart defense, especially from Pyro 2. The missiles on point yet again. That's going to put him in semifinals, where we will be going after a short break.
Silverwama, and they'll take it in. And Metro stop the on.
There are lots of tournaments to choose from within the community. Maybe too many. But there's always been something missing. An opportunity to be more than just the best in the West. Because there exist higher stakes, a bigger stage, a global stage. This is the Splat World Series. IPL has collaborated with Area Cup to provide 8 of the top teams from Japan to face off against 8 teams from the West in a one-day 16-team double elimination tourney with multiple streams in both English and Japanese to claim the greatest prize of all, the title of being the best on planet Earth. Splat World Series. Qualifying information coming soon.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paddling Pool 325. I'm Sig Takari. Joining me on the mic is Carney. And we've got another best of 5 with two teams on a bit of a run right now. We got Dam versus Blanks, both completing 3-0s in pretty dominant fashion over their opponents in the quarterfinals. Now they meet in semis, and we've got another jam-packed best of 5 for y'all. Carney, what do we know about these two teams? What are you looking forward to in this set?
So if you were joining us for that last set that we had commentated, you would have seen Blanks just absolutely going ham on heavy metal in the quarters. 3-0. Just hyper aggressive, super offensive team that we had on Blanks. And we again, even earlier, we saw Dam face off against Immortal in our round 2, going 2-0 against Immortal, I believe. Yes, they did have a really good showing of their skills as a team. Two very good offensive teams meeting head to head in the semis. I'm really excited to see what they have in store for us. Now, let's take a look at these map mode lists that we got on the screen. Anything of note here?
I mean, we've got some pretty stock standard maps for, you know, just looking at it right now. We've got Zones Haggle, TC Mako, CB on Barn, you know, stuff that we've all seen before on the stream. And then we have a couple more interesting maps, still some classics, but some new faces for games 4 and 5 if we need it. We see that classic comp coming through from Blanks, and kind of the same standard thing we saw from Dam earlier today with that Dually Squelcher Carbon and DD on that Slosher again.
Absolutely. Now let's take a look at the beginning of this match here. Dam in Blanks just fighting for control in mid. Blanks ends up getting the first cap of that zone here. Pyro here on that head doing a very good job of keeping that zone painted as much as they possibly can. Dam ends up going 2 down in the moment here. Yushi, ever aggressive as normal for what we've seen so far, going onto the glass like an absolute madman, just waiting for their time to strike now. And the other members of Dam are unable to push them off of the glass for right now. They do end up doing so, but not before they end up getting a pick. And we are already down to the last half of these points here, just going down. We're already in the 30s, about to be in the 20s now. Blank's doing a really, really good job of keeping the zone in their control and keeping Dam out of it.
Yeah, this is just absolutely ridiculous. Another bubble set up from Yushi, just really stalling out Dam. Finally able to get a couple of picks, but Nemeka ends up going down here. Nobody's really able to directly contest the zone aside from Femi, and Femi ends up dropping, and that's going to be a KO from Blanks. Nobody from Dam even able to set foot in the zone towards the very end there. Blanks just continue their tear. They have been on one, and they don't seem to be stopping now. I want to highlight, though, really quickly, Yushi, again! What on earth are you doing? How do you get up to glass? First off, that fast. Second off, how? I need to understand. How does Yushi do this? That is ridiculous. Also, the team is just able to trade off Pancake. We didn't even get to highlight Pancake on the custom blast instead of the Winter Pro or the Frozen Pro.
Wow, just Yushi, you absolute frickin' madman, dude. Again, how the hell you get up to glass that quickly and just stay there and get a pick on your way out? Like, God. Anyways.
I have no words.
I'm literally speechless. I'm not speechless for Tower Control Mako Mart, though, because we've seen this before. We know how it plays. The hyper-aggressive comp of Blank Z combined with the bubble from Yushi. Hopefully, we might see some more insane plays as well. But I wouldn't discount Dam just yet, because they did do a very good job in the sets that they have so far. They're just a bit... They've been a bit stun-locked by Blank.
Rattled is a very good way of putting it. You know, you're not obviously expecting that level of aggression, especially from the junior, and then the rest of the team able to follow up off of that. But, you know, I mean, we saw Dam are very proficient on this map. We saw it just in 2 sets ago in their previous set on stream where they KO'd pretty solidly, pretty comfortably onto this map. So they are no strangers to playing this, and they are damn good at it. So I think it's going to be a really solid toss-up here as we go into the loading screen. I would want to see if there's any changes. I don't really know. We've seen a couple of different stuff from Pancake. Is it going to be the Pro? Is it going to be the Blaster? It looks like we're sticking with the Custom Blast. And we're rocking the same stuff for Dam as well.
Actually, I do want to point out we have switched the Squelchies. We have switched the Squelchies. We are no longer on vanilla Squelchies. Milk Tea, the Squelchie champion now, rocking with the Chumps and the Beacon, being that support that Dam is going to need on this map. One member of Blank Tea going down, one on Dam as well. 2 members of Blank, and now it is time for Dam to move forward, take that tower. We've got the strikes coming out on DD, rocking that Tri-Slosher, doing a really good job, and it seems like Dam has taken the lead in their possession. They might be able to pop this first check.
No, not quite yet. They got halfway through, but just not enough space to kind of make it work. It looks like Pancake ends up going down here. Yushi has a big bubbler on the tower, just looking to even up that score. DD's forced out here in a 1v2. Now Femi's on that top ledge trying to help out just a little bit, but the main person that's causing a lot of issues right now is Devil on that 52 gal, just making so much space in front of that tower. Pyro's able to clean up a pick, find that trade as well. That's the lead switched over, down to 70 points left for Blanks. A score of 30 here, very solid stuff. And now Blanks, they have another advantage as DD ends up dropping. Yushi has another bomb, and there's a pick on the Milk Tea too. There's a lot of things going right so far. And Pyro is... How is Pyro in the spot now? What happened?
Where did they come from? Pyro coming up on the head from behind. The place where you do not want to be as a midliner. Just really rock solid there, as that gets Blanks the lead swap. 49-77 now. It is in Dam's control as they have the tower. They're looking to get in control of the stack that Pancake is currently protecting, but it is not looking good. Specials are going to be coming out from both of the sides now. We see the Soda, the Bubble, the Whale now. And it's just an absolute bloodbath in mid, but Pyro ends up taking the tower, looking for a kill on that pencil. Not really able to find much as they do end up getting pushed off the tower. Yushi on the Junior looking for something. Ends up getting a direct hit from Namika. Here now, 2 down. The 52 just going ham over here. Ends up going down as well, and it is still a bloodbath.
Yeah, and now... I mean, things have slowed down a little bit. You know, 2 players end up going down here, consistently for Blank. So a little bit of a stagger, but they're able to kind of recollect themselves. And they're close to another big bubbler. On the side of Yushi. It looks like they're going to pop that immediately. DD is none the wiser, has to back off really quickly. Actually, Yushi ends up going down inside the big bubbler. DD ends up getting picked off by trying to strike a little bit too aggressively, and the Killer Whale comes through. Pyro tries to get a little bit more aggressive, not able to just yet. And this tower is still in control for Blanks. Dam have not really been able to set foot in mid safely since that initial push from Blanks here. And Pancake is able to just make things more difficult by finding Milk Tea, getting that big trade. And now, I mean, things have slowed down yet again, and Dam have a little bit more map control here. They have their left stack. Pyro, in a spot, has to jump out, and now they're able to start their offense again on the side of Dam, get maybe that first checkpoint, and a little bit more with that Trizuka.
Really good Trizuka picks from the Carbon now. We are looking for that first checkpoint for realsies this time. They do end up getting past that first checkpoint, looking for the second checkpoint now. The 52 gonna try and get that spot painted up as much as they can. They end up losing the lead. Dam now still is going to be trying to get that tower to second. They do end up going down in that last possible moment. No, the Carbon has to jump out because they are in a bit of a pickle, but Dam has the lead under their control. It is a 7-point lead, but it is a lead nevertheless now, as Blanks looking to push that tower back into mid under their control, trying just desperately to avoid any and all of the paint from Dam, as we are now almost down to 30 seconds. We see Yushi finally gets that bubble back up on that tower, and they are looking to maybe clear out the stacks before they ride it to victory.
Oh, and DD's still alive. That's a really big pick, especially with 25 seconds left. That's your tri-strikes. You're almost at them, too. And so, if worse comes to worse, they, somehow Blanksy get a push here, which they're looking to possibly do. You still have strikes as an insurance policy on that tower. DD has them. It's looking to kind of just try and stay alive, looking at that jump out right there. Devil has this top right taken care of. The big bubbler is popped. That's not going to be safe from these strikes. One... Almost the second, there it is, and 3, and there is the game for Dam. They come back from behind to get a solid game win, and already I'm feeling this is going to be a fantastic set if it isn't already.
It definitely has been a fantastic set for both of these teams thus far, and we are only in game 2. That is... wow. Just let's take a look at this replay here. Milk on the cam now, as we can see that this is when Blanks had that checkpoint in their control. They were looking to get a little bit more with the second push now, but this is when it started to go a little bit downhill for them, because while they did have that really strange head-it play from behind, they do end up losing the lead here in this moment to Dam, as the members of Dam really capitalized on their advantage states, just really knocking out the rest of Blanks during this one.
Yeah, really solid stuff. Blanks got a little bit overzealous here, especially Pyro. A couple times where they were the first one to get picked on that team, and really did not help them out there. You're lacking the longest range option that you have in that heavy edit Splatling. You're lacking your tactical, or a lot of your paint comes from that as well. So Pyro getting caught once or twice just in neutral or in disadvantage before any other teammates were, really got the ball rolling for Dam as well. Made things incredibly difficult for Blanks to come back from. But Blanks, I don't know if they're going to be very far behind in this map mode here on Clan Blitz Barnacle if the last set is anything to go by.
We saw how absolutely insane the rest of Blanks went on this map mode in their last set. Like you said, really fast gameplay, really offensive stuff, and a really pretty damn good defense, I'd say, on the junior played by Yushi. But I honestly, it's still anyone's game at this point. We are only at game 3. It is a tie right now, and with how well Dam did in the last one, I wouldn't be surprised if they have a little bit of the upper hand.
Yeah, I mean, they have the momentum going into it. You basically steal a game from Blanksy here, just, clutch up at the very end, get that push going. Really solid stuff. You kind of take the wind out of Blanksy's sails just a little bit. That could be all they need to really capitalize and pick up their momentum of their own, start that ball rolling, and with these Hudson Billy Squelchers, that might just be the answer. I mean, it worked out pretty well for them in game 1. These beacons are allowing them to pace beautifully, as well as the Super Chumps working out pretty well for the Carbon, just giving them more opportunities to kind of take cover, shark, and everything too.
Yeah, and this does give the Carbon the option to run the Carbon kit that you want to see with the Trizuka, because you don't need to be running the Chump Carbon if you've already got the Chumps on your team, and that is exactly what the custom Squelchies are going to be giving you. They are a support and a skirmisher, and they do really have the best of both worlds here. But let's take a look at this clan economy thus far. Both these teams are really evenly matched up in mid, even amount of clans, even amount of picks going down, but it seems like Blanks might be on the bit of the back foot here as Dam ends up popping those tri-strikes, and Pyro is in a really, really bad spot. They do end up being saved by that blaster from Milk Tea's Wrath, but it seems like Dam already has a power clam under their control, and with the sodas going out, it is looking like Blanks might be making a move.
Yeah, I mean, Yushi's already up in the plat. Somehow, again, just using that mobility, beautifully finds a pick, extends it with a second. The blaster ends up splashdowning, finds a pick onto Nemeka as well. And now, Blanks are going to get the first score of the game from the looks of it. Pyro just dumps in with that power clam. just makes it real quick, but it looks like there's not going to be anything else coming from that little burst of offense there on the side of Blanks. Just the one power clam. Yushi's the only one left, and up to defend, finds a trade onto Nameca, but now in a bit of a tough spot. Now you've given Dam a lot of space, another power clam to jump in if they have the time, if they so choose, and now with 2 specials on deck and 2 fantastic specials at getting that carbon roller in and the strikes and the super chump and the cooler. This is going to be a very, very tough defense. Strikes already popped. Pancake is kind of cut off here. 2 players are, and looks like DD and Milk Tea are looking for that fight. Already 1 down, traded out. That's 2. Milk Tea is just doing everything right now. Yushi goes down. It's just Pyro left, and Pyro finds 2. What a big clutch up so far. DD and Nameca are back in, though, and trying to just get that power climb. DD's looking for just a little bit, finds that pick, tosses that power climb back, and now Nameca still, nobody's aware of their positioning. In a bit of a really awkward spot to kind of shark with those burst bombs. Now pops the point sensor. Pancake goes down to that Trizuka. There is the opening pick that you need. The Yushi is trying to run in, find something, but Nameca is able to turn around immediately, and now Devils on their own again gets picked off by Nameca, and this could be the offense that Dam really need here.
They need to pop that power climb into the basket as soon as possible before the rest of Blanks respawns. And when they have that soda, Pyro really is looking to save the day here. The sodas are up for Blanks, which means that they have the incredible powers of high sugar content. As it seems like Dam is going to be running out of steam a little bit here. As Blanks takes mid, moves forward, and just is pushing the rest of Dam further and further towards their own basket here. But Dam has they have the clam advantage here. 2 down on Blanks now. Pyro and Yushi are the only ones left, but they have the bubble up and they've got sodas out. So they are in a little bit of an advantage here, but Pyro is being threatened by all the members of Dam. 2 down on Blanks now. It is Dam's chance to pop that power clam into the basket, break it, and take the lead with a couple of clams. And they still are going to be throwing those clams in there, looking for that power clam in the basket once again. The pity clam from behind, getting them down to 54.
Wow, what a jump in from Milk Tea too. That pity just gives such a massive lead here, and you're not safe with a lead of 6 points, but 26. I mean, now we can start talking just a little bit, especially with just a minute left. Blanks' offense needs to be perfect basically from here on out to take full control of mid, that plat area, and around pit to get the scoring going. And with all these specials coming through, it's not looking great. However, Pyro is just running around behind, has that power clam tossed in. There it is, the jump comes through. It's down to 50 points. Blanks have that lead again. The big bubbler for a little bit of extra safety, a little bit of stalling. Nobody's aware of Devil's positioning, I don't think, as Herta just runs right by. Or as Milk Tea runs right by. Devil doesn't quite find any, but forces every single member to collapse and gives Pyro a little bit of extra time to set up here. Now, the heavy edit's fully spun up on a bit of an awkward spot. Not the best high ground in the world, but still plenty of time, able to shut down any, rush in if somebody from Dam gets a little bit overzealous, say with Femi with that power climb. But Femi ends up going down to Yushi's bomb. There's 2 power climbs left. You need the 2 to get that lead. You only need a couple of climbs afterwards, but you only need the 2. You can drop that one. Now the strikes come through. You have Azuka soon. The chumps as well were just popped on cooldown. Milk Tea goes down. 2 players are down on the side of Dam and Blanks. They might have an opportunity here to just stall, just shoot forwards and stall any kind of rush. Stop it all. Oh, the power claims go in, but wait!
No!
You can't do that!
No!
What?
No!
You can't do that into a heavy edit. You can't just run into a bubble and an edit and just do that.
What? Oh my god!
Holy shit!
Damn! Oh, okay. All right. Let me break it down for y'all. So, they're in the very last couple of seconds of overtime, faced against a heavy edit and a bubble blocking their path. They swing in from the side with the power clam at the same time that the jump is happening, and they just boom, boom, double power clam, dunk it, and snag the lead from Blanks.
As soon as DD went down there, I thought, no, it might all be over, but no, immediately 3 members rush. Just try and overwhelm with sheer numbers. You know, it's just Yushi, and Pyro's a little bit behind the play, just a little bit further back, still spun up, but not in the most ideal of positions to immediately prevent 3 members going in. And Damn take full advantage. They get, all they need is those 2 power cleanse in, and they get just that to take it. And now they're on match point. Wow, dude.
What?
Holy smokes.
No! You can't just do that!
No.
You cannot make this up. You guys.
That's not supposed to happen.
I'm not entirely sure how they did not end up dying in that last possible second, but like you said, we are now at match point. Game 4, we are looking at Scorch Gorge Rainmaker, which is probably going to be Dam's biggest test of wills here. Because holy cow! Blanks did such a... Wow! Blanks did okay. Again, Rainmaker, you want to be fast. You want to move forward. You want to be aggressive because you and the Rainmaker don't have to wait you don't have to wait for the Rainmaker to go to checkpoint. You take the Rainmaker to checkpoint. And so I was not expecting to see that 52 switch to that new kit shot there, which has the Kraken and the Burst Bomb. But we are seeing the same comp from Dam with that custom range to help support that Carbon Roller. Oh my goodness, it is looking to be a really good match point here.
Yeah, the Sploosh and Kraken shot just give like an extra level of aggression, you know, and Kraken is just so good on Rainmaker, able to just kind of rush in, not really care about what the other team is doing, and just pressure that Rainmaker, force them to make a mistake, make a move, walk into another team, and we're already down 20 points trying to run that Rainmaker top left on the side of Blanks. I believe Pyro, was it Pyro or Yushi that just did that? I think it was Yushi, ended up just trying to get it into kind of an awkward spot, force that play, force Dam to kind of like react to that and play off of it. And already Yushi has that hammer inside of the checkpoint and finds Namecha on a big hammer toss. The check breaks on the other side, but 2 players end up going down here. Devil's in a bit of a rough spot as well, just trying to look for this right side support. Pancake on that blaster just a bit, but Dam already dropped the Rainmaker, but they've dropped it into pit. A little bit of a tough spot, especially in the face of a Kraken. Milk Tea might be in a little bit of a pickle here, and just goes down on the ramp. Dam not able to break that check, not even able to get on top of that ramp, on top of Plat, and Blanks have really just taken this first couple minute and a half in stride.
Yeah, they've, Dam delivered that Rainmaker personally to Blank's doorstep, and they do end up getting a couple of extra points now as they do end up going down to that Carbon. The strikes are going to be coming out, paint is flying everywhere, and Dam is looking to get that Rainmaker down yet again, but Blanks is not out of the running yet because Milk Tea ends up dropping. They're going to be going behind that Rainmaker, trying to find any extra picks that they can. Now, it is Dam's turn to grab the Rainmaker and just try and push forward with it as much as possible, or they're going to leave it there and let it reset. That is also a viable option, but with Yushi coming in and grabbing that Rainmaker like the speedy sploosh that they are, probably not the best option. Now we can see the Pencil is going to be grabbing the Rainmaker now, supported by the rest of their members, but Pancake is not far behind, ends up blasting that Rainmaker to oblivion as Milk is going to be playing around Pancake, avoiding those blaster shots like nobody's business, and it is just an absolute bloodbath in mid now. People are going down on either side, paint flying everywhere, and it's just... both teams now are in a bit of a state here because no team has the clear advantage except for the fact that Pyro has the Rainmaker.
Yeah, and they're coolered up a little bit. They have some control of mid, but they have 3 players down. The Rainmaker drops as well. 2v3 in favor of Dam here, and now the Rainmaker is in the bottom right in pit. Great stall spot for Blanks now, and Dam really need to find a lot of ground to even consider picking this up. Maybe just let it reset. They're just going to... Yushi's going to opt to drop and pick it up and just stall it out even further. Namecha able to find that pick. However, you know, that's just going to stall things even more. Nemeka needs to really go huge here, maybe find a wipeout with the rest of the team. And, I mean, with this Kraken, it's just so difficult to move the Rainmaker, and with Blanks constantly picking up, resetting that shield, they're stalling even more. Only a minute and a half left. And this is how Rainmaker can be sometimes. You know, you get that really, really solid lead early, and you just try and make it as difficult as humanly possible for the other team to kind of get that pop, get that lead back. And, I mean, this is one of the best maps to do it with Pit.
Absolutely. Pyro just picking up the Rainmaker, leaving it in that spot. Like you said, excellent place for Blanks to stall out. Blanks with a really early lead. Less than a minute left on the match. Damn it, it is not looking good for you because you still have that Rainmaker under the enemy's control and they are in the pit. They're in the trenches here. The Clamor splatter shot is unfortunately going to be ending up going down as Yushi with the stamp victorious coming forward, getting, trying to get a pick off of that pencil, not really finding much, but again, the Rainmaker is still in the pit. They need to get it out of the pit if they want a shot at this lead, but it is really not looking good because they pick the Rainmaker up and drop it yet again, and it is just bloodbath on either side now as we are not looking like it may not be going into overtime unless Yushi, like a madman, pops it, picks it up. And with that, we are going to be going for a Game 5 tiebreaker.
Wow, okay, we have new maps. There's this one, now we got Game 5, Zones on Umami Ruins up next, but before we go there, just a quick little recap of kind of what happened on this game. We saw early, very early, we tried getting an early aggressive pick on that ramp, or aggressive play on ramps, didn't quite work out. Ramps? Greats. Didn't quite work out, but then Yushi went in with that hammer, found a pick on the Nemeka, then they rushed forwards for some more points, and Yushi, again, just a masterclass of stalling, being annoying, being kind of this little gnat that flies around on the Sploosh-o-matic. Really solid stuff. That's exactly how Sploosh wants to play, especially on this map mode, especially on Rainmaker in particular. And, I mean, just played it to a T.
Absolutely. And again, just having that Rainmaker down in the pit where you can't pick it up without risk of being, you know, like it's a game of inches at that point. You inch the Rainmaker a little bit closer to the wall, a little bit closer to the ramp. Like, and you just end up going down and down and down and down again. And it's really not an ideal situation for Dam, who was looking so solid the past 2 games before Blanks took over this past game. Speaking of games, again, Game 5 tiebreaker here. We are looking at Umami Ruins Splat Zones with the double zone takedown in mid. Let's see what these teams have to offer for us on this final game. One of these teams is going to be going big and the other going home. Well, not home, losers, but still.
Yeah, but a spot at Winners Finals is on the line. I believe we have just kind of the normal comp for Dam here, the stuff that they've been running the past 3 games. Blanksy switching Yushi back over to that Junior. You know, it's not Rainmaker anymore. Junior probably gets a little bit more value than Sploosh. And already, big bubbler on the plat. Nemeka's in, though. Finds one. Finds that second as well. That's the opening. Exactly what Dam needs right here. And DD's following up immediately. The Kraken has to be popped really early. But 2 players end up going down, getting punished for trying to rush it. And now Pyro is able to contest that left-hand zone. Milk Tea is kind of behind, or not behind the other team, but just trying to stall in front of the other team. Those chumps on top of the zone, on top of top mid, just again trying to stall. DD's the only one left, and they have to get out immediately. Pancake ends up dropping to the chumps.
Interesting. I'm not entirely sure why that happened. But let's take a look now. 2 down going on either side. We are seeing a possible zone flip here as Blanks is back under control of the zone 77-83 now. The rest of Dam is far behind as they do end up taking their side of the zones. But Blanks is not going to let them have it that easily because it is, again, a bloodbath in mid. Paint is flying everywhere, and the zone is going in and out of control faster than these players probably want it to, because Blanks is still, again, really in the advantage state here, but not for long, because those specials are going to be coming out, and that zone is not looking good. They need to paint that zone as much as they possibly can in order to keep that lead under their control, but with one going down on either side, it's looking a little rough for Blanks right now, because they do end up going 3 down in the moment now. It is Dam's time. They paint the zone, giving a 29 tick penalty to Blanks as they begin to move forward. The Trumps spilling out into Blanks area now as they protect the zone.
Big retake for Dam here. You don't want that lead getting too out of hand, especially when a sneaky junior can get in and bubble, like we've seen Yushi do quite a few times. And there's the lead flipping right over. Now you have 2 specials on the side of Blanks. How do you want to play this retake? You don't have any, specifically specials that are great for it, but you have a couple of options here. You can splash down, you can toss some bombs to maybe get that in, pop a big bubbler. It looks like they're opting for that Kraken to clear at the bottom left. Milk Tea ends up going down. Nemeka tries to pressure Pyro just a little bit, but is not able to clean up the kill. Actually gets traded out of the zone. One of them ends up getting flipped. There's the second one as well. Dam not able to KO, but they're close to it. Down to 20 points left. A pretty solid lead. Same amount of penalty points as Blanksy has. And with this retake, they are pressing for the lead here. They've got a couple of picks going in their way, but 2 players end up going down here, and now Dam have a really, really quick retake. I don't think almost any points kind of went in Blanksy's favor, and now they're really paying the prices. Nemeka is just owning top mid.
Yeah, we can see jumps coming in from Dam as we need to retreat because that Kraken is incoming, but the zone is going to maybe flip soon. It's looking like both of these teams have about the same amount of ink on the zone, but Blanks takes up the zone once again, looking to get those penalty points down as much as they possibly can. Yushi in bats, doing exactly what you want to be doing as a junior, being annoying, being a jump point. They have to get rid of that bubble in order to move forward, and it's looking like Blanks has went through their penalty points already, and they are looking for that lead, but not for long. 2 end up going down now. The Strikes looking to color that zone a little bit blue as it does end up going back into Dam's favor. 2 down now on Blanks, and the retake now is exactly what Dam needs because that 1-minute timer is ticking, and it's looking like they need to bring out all the stops in order to keep it under their control.
Yeah, they've got a lot of just space to work with. Pyro's in a bit of a tough spot here. Nemeka rushing forward, finds that pig. There's your primary paint option. Go on the splashdown is going to at least flip his zone fully. Usually with that big bubbler is just going to make sure it stays in that orange color. But Milk Tea's behind again, finds a couple of massive picks. Some great fights along with Nemeka, and Dam have suddenly just taken full control of this game. Blanksy have no way back in. They don't have any specials. Dam has the tri-strikes to hold. The chumps are popped. And Dam, you just need to hold for a couple more seconds and you have booked yourself a ticket to Winners Finals. But Pyro has something to say about it, but it's not enough. Femi's able to keep that zone capped, and Dam complete the 3-2. They are going all the way to Winners Finals.
Damn, you guys did a good job. God, I love their names so much. Blanks doing a really solid, really good job these past couple of sets that they have, but they are going to be going right down to the losers. But because this is a double elimination bracket, they do have a shot of coming back if they do end up fighting their way from the bottom of the pit all the way back up. But Dam is going to be going to, like you said, those winner finals, and a really well-deserved winners finals too, having to fight through the incredible offensive power of Blanks.
Yeah, fantastic work from Dam. Really solid stuff. They have put themselves in a fantastic position here. You know, you're in Winners Finals. You're basically secured top 3. Now it's just, you got to play. I don't know who do they have in Winners Finals. Is that set wrapped up? I'm curious now.
My
Wi-Fi. They're in Game 5 as well.
Right.
So
yeah. looks like we are in a game 5 for that second one as well. So you guys will be seeing who Dan plays against here in just a moment, as soon as that game 5 wraps up and we get this other block of commentators on the mic, because unfortunately that is it for me and Sig. For this blog, you are going to be hearing from the very lovely Cheddar and Pat very soon. But before we go, where can the great people of Twitch find you, Sig?
Y'all can find me anywhere the Splatoon community is at, whether that's Blue Sky, Twitter, Discord, even Twitch and YouTube, at Sigdakari, like you see at the bottom of your screen right there. Now, Carney, where can the lovely people find you?
If you want to find me in the wider Splatoon community, you can check out my Blue Sky at carnivai.bluesky. I am also going to be starting up my Twitch soon, ethereal_carnival on Twitch. You can also find me at various tournament organizations around the community. I mainly do casting for IPL, Under Pressure, and Splatoon Tourney. And now that I've got my foot in the door with Dapples, all of you guys here will not be hearing the last of me. I have cursed you with my presence.
You are collecting Infinity Stones right now with like all the commentating awards. But that being said, that will be all from us today. We hope to see you in the chat and watching the rest of this tourney. We're headed off to Cater and Pat right after this short break.
Hey, hello and welcome back to Paddling Pool 325. I am Pat here with Kader. Kader, here we go again, and we have a crazy tournament so far.
Yeah, we do. We've been seeing upsets left and right. And right now we're looking at winners finals. Believe we're looking at seed 4 versus seed 7. If
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken there. That's kind of crazy. Not something that you would expect to see. Seed 4 being Death Do Us Apart, seed 7 being Damn. We're gonna be watching these two teams duke it out in winners finals, starting with Tower Control and Undertow Spillway.
Yeah, Tower Control on Undertow is a map. I mean, it's
one of
very
the maps
much-
of all time.
It's very much a hallway where you have you are very restricted in how you can play on this map mode, so you have to make do with it. And that doesn't mean nothing happens on here. Quite the opposite. Like, you know what the deal is, because there isn't that many ways onto mid, so you have to make it work. You have to find the ways to push past that.
Pretty much, yeah. It feels a lot more predictable than some other map modes in which there's many more different ways to break out or to enter mid. In Undertow, it feels like you're kind of funneled into one of... I was going to say one of 2 routes, but it really just feels like one in the end.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at comps that we got coming out here. Ooh!
We have a few active weapons. I love to see a Carbon Roller from Namekan here. I mean, Carbon is such a great weapon, especially on this map where there are ledges everywhere, ledges galore, and so many opportunities to shark and flank.
Yeah, we're also seeing Milty bring out those custom dually squelchers. Beacon Chumps, not something that you see very often, really, if at all. So that is definitely an interesting pick there. We're going to start off with a nice pick from the S-Blast here. Tower Control vying for both teams, but it looks like it's going to be Death Do Us Apart that get the... But oh, we see the Pendle getting a nice pick here. Hammer on the side. Does take out the pencil. We are seeing those are nice picks on the side of Death right here, and we're going to see the Booyah Bomb as well. This is a solid first push for them with the Crab. Nice special coordination here.
Yeah, Death Do Us Apart very much going ahead of the tower, knowing how to do the job. Right now, it's working pretty well. Tommy Echo getting a nice trade. Bazooka is coming and forcing them, but ooh, huge moves with the S-Blast. They're still here and getting the splats. That's going to allow the rest of the team to come back. The push is not over. They're at the last checkpoint, getting more and more. Death Do Us Apart right now are not stopping, and that's going to be game. Wait.
No, not quite. Oh, but the grab double. There it is. Crabbing in the enemy team spawn is with your back to the spawn, no less, is a very bold choice. But they were able to make it work and pull off the full double. Wow, that was a clean 100-0 that we saw.
It's like, I mean, confidence. The confidence displayed right there by Death Do Us Apart. Showing very much they went forward, and even when they were players down, we saw them still moving forward, maintaining the space, the position. That move right there by the S-Blast, going to the side and letting the rest of the team come back, all the while taking some space, the space they can take. Huge move, and right there, that Crab is just buying the few seconds they needed.
Yeah, really, I think... If not for that Crab, I think that Damn could have possibly pulled off a retake and extended the game longer. But the positioning of the Crab, drawing attention away and getting those picks as well, really just kind of sealed the deal for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's when you reach winners finals, you have to be ready for the other team to go fast, to go hard. These are the 2 teams that haven't dropped a set yet, the last 2 teams in that position, fighting to get their ticket into Brands. And I mean, Kader, we have Death Do Us Apart showing whose death they want to get apart from. I mean, Damn now needs to react, needs to get their head back in the game if they want to get back in there. But that first map mode, which is kind of unique, a different way to play, was chosen by Death Do Us Apart. Now we are going to Dam's pick. So let's see how they're able to do on their own pick on Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge.
Yeah, alright. Scorch Rainmaker. I feel like I always think clams when I see Scorch, but Rainmaker is also a mode that is played around here. I don't know, I just associate it with clams. We're not going clams though, that's the third match in this set. Like he said, this is Dam's pick, so hopefully they have a little bit more of a plan. They feel a little bit more confident here. They can shake off how that last match went and just come into this match with a clean slate. Okay, we're seeing the new swap to the new Carbon as well as the new Dread come out here, so some third kits getting repped, and Milk Tea switching to those vanilla Dually Squelchers, so that's Bomb Wave Breaker.
Yeah, we'll see how these two teams can do. They have to support. Pretty much riding the same idea. The Crab Tank by Tommy Echo again deployed, but D on the other side also answering it.
Oh!
That was indirects, calculated indirects with the S-Blast on long range. That's crazy. They have to support very much confident with their mechanics.
Yeah, very confident. Picking up that Rainmaker as well, we do see a little bit of sharking play here. We're waiting on the wall. They are cooler. Unfortunately, goes down to the chip from a bomb there. Another crab coming out here. That's a pick. This crab really putting in the work, taking all of that space, and the Rainmaker goes down in that little the pit there. I'm not sure if they were trying to reset or not. I think they just kind of got trapped in that corner. We do see a hammer snipe just to the left of that screen, and we're going to see Tommy Echo pick up this Rainmaker and continue pushing it forward. All right, there's points on the board, and it looks like, the bomb denying them that checkpoint, saying absolutely not, but we do still have the Wiper providing presence around this Rainmaker. It looks like there's just a lot of fighting going back around this checkpoint here, not allowing Dam to push up past it.
Yeah, Dam's bomb play has been on point so far, but they have to support still moving forward, still getting more and more with the checkpoint being broken right now. They're looking to get more, but Dam defending pretty well this time. It looks like they're able to hold their own.
Yeah, solid defense, not getting grabbed. One down on both sides. Cooler gets popped, but they lose their Carbon as well. So, Dam in a little bit of a person deficit, as we're going to see the Rainmakers get picked up again by Death, and possibly they're looking at taking it over this left side there. The pencil on Dam is saying absolutely not. None of that is happening.
And more crabs being deployed. I mean, this is the map for these stalemates, for the ranged weapons, and we can see here both teams very much playing to slow things down to keep the opponent from going in. But right now, Dam, they need to do more than that. They need to find a way forward. That bomb, again, another bomb for Dam, able to give them the bracket, the Rainmaker reset. And force Death to support it. Wait a bit, Tommy Echo sharking with the splash is going to look for the splat on the Rainmaker. Gets you! Huge move right there. That's how you shark.
Absolutely. I don't think they expected it at all, but even with that short setback, with yet another crab pick coming out here, Dam is able to break through that checkpoint, and again, they are going to maintain, they see the shark this time, calling it out and forcing jump out, and they're going, but we see the chumps coming out, and a quick Rainmaker pick to switch the lead here. We are going to see some of the members go down, though, as Death is finally breaking out back into mid, claiming more territory as their own. Getting lasered by the pencil, though, before they can go up and pop that crab. Wiper has the hammer at the ready, too, looking maybe to do some nice ledge camping. Meanwhile, Dam is cooler now and ready to put up a good defense. No wonder we've been seeing so many crabs. This is really just battle of the crab spamming weapons that Dread versus that splash there. Woo! Nice combo!
Yeah, very great punish by the S-Blast, but not able to get much more right there. The Booyah Bomb will be punished as well. Both teams, I mean, this time it's Death to support. That's back to the drawing board. They need to find a way forward, and they only have 1 minute left to go in.
Yeah, this game really has not felt like 5 minutes, especially with how low the scores are right now. Both teams barely getting past that first checkpoint. We're gonna see yet another crab, of course. And it gets canceled in a double from Oh, I think that was the Carbon there that got the double, and that's a wipeout in favor of Damn right there. So despite being a couple of players down, they're going to be able to take this and run it forward, and you know they just won points in the last 35 seconds of this game. Not going to get them, though, getting taken out, but Milty still able to put down that Wave Breaker, able to put down the huge amount of chip damage. This is the last 30 seconds of our game, and we're going to see Death Do Us Apart in good possession of the Rainmaker. We see a Crab come out, try and take some space. No picking, there is the pick of the Rainmaker, but they lose the Wiper, and that S-Blast is a little bit alone. The pencil's very set up here. It's going to be very difficult to try and get this overtime push going. If overtime... the Crab. The Crab says, I don't want overtime here. We lose the splash again. Overtime is going to trigger, but this defense is... Damn is putting up here is really just a solid wall.
Death Do Us Apart right now struggling with Nameka going in with the Carbon. That's going to be going for the Juggler D, also going in. And Death Do Us Apart has been moving back with the Rainmaker, but they're able to get some space. Can they move forward right now? They don't have much time left. They need to go across the crates, but the Carbon is going to shut them down. Very nice answer by Dam. We are now 1-1.
Yes, we are. I don't know if you saw at the end there, but in that overtime push, one of the members of Damn died mid super jump. Very unfortunate.
I didn't notice.
I think it was not the Carbon, the other player that tried to rush the Rainmaker, realized they were in a bad spot, tried to jump out, and I think the latency made him die mid jump.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what happens. I mean, Damn very much finding the answer to what Death Do Us Apart did to them in game number 1. With slow, methodical, great defense, being able to really stop the other team as they were pushing. That's where they faltered on Undertow Spillway. They were able to win fights, but they were not able to stop Death Do Us Apart from running forward. Right there, they got it. They found a way to stop them, and when Death Do Us Apart was trying to push forward, they were forced to move back with the Rainmaker.
Yeah, pretty much that's exactly it. We're looking at our third map here, Clan Blitz Crab Leg Capital. This one is Death Do Us Apart's pick. So, I do wonder if we're going to be able to see that slow play style that you were talking about, because this is, it's Clan Blitz. The pace is really determined by the teams that we see here. It's not like tower control where the tower moves at a set pace. Although, ironically, Rainmaker, you could also argue, has a team set pace, and that was much slower than the tower control match that we saw. Hedo,
I have a feeling we're going to see more crabs. Just
wow, what could possibly give you that idea? Perhaps it's because we have the two weapons that have the highest crab output in the game? No, that couldn't be.
Yeah, and we're going on a map that is absolutely great if you have more range than your opponent.
Yeah, it is Crab Leg Capital after all, but yeah, I mean, the greats on this are pardon my puns, but a great vantage point, I say, as a Splatling player, but also there's a lot of high ground to pop those crabs, and you have great vantage point, great control over a huge portion of the map, so I would not be surprised at all if we're seeing sticking to that Horn Dread, and yep, there's the splash from Tommy Echo. There's the Dread. Looks like we've got... Oh, we're seeing a switch back? No, those are the V-dualies we saw. Yeah, this is, I believe, the same comp that we were seeing last time. Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I mean, it's working right there. We'll see how these two teams can do right now. Going on to Clan Blitz, there's going to need to cover more grounds by either team to make sure that you can collect all the clams, get the clam economy right now. Death Do Us Apart with 2 splats, and Tommy Echo already in position to open the basket, but taking their time to try to get an extra splat first. It doesn't matter. Basket's open, and Death Do Us is scoring a few good points.
We did see the Hammer get a pick with the Wiper, but very quickly get cleaned up. So after 65, not much follow-up after that, but very good for a push in the first 45 seconds of the game. Yeah. The S-Blast here on the top left, looking to get some chip damage on the grades. You can see you're getting chased away by that Crab Unfortunately, I believe that's the side that's Dam in the purple that we're seeing. Wavebreaker gets popped on those graves as well. The S-Blast responding with a Booyah Bomb, but the Dually Squelchers just able to take them out before getting taken out themselves. We've got pretty much an even 3v3 on the field right now. The Carbon absolutely lasering the Crab. If there's any weapon that's going to be denying the Crabs, we see it is that Carbon roll.
Yeah, and great control right there by Dev to a support. You know, it's often quite hard to push on this map. Teams kinda struggle to get in, but it looks like Dev to a support knows how to do it. No hesitation, and ooh! That's a nice double! Almost a triple with the S-Blast and now the Booyah Bomb to maintain presence. The basket is going to close, but Dev to a support is still here, getting more splats and more clams to reopen the basket, but they came back in before the basket was down. That's a waste of a super clam. Dam is back in control of their side, but Dev to a support are very much riding that momentum, Kato.
Absolutely, they are. Oh, that's a 3 down on their side, though. Damn, finally getting that pushback that they want. Namika on this Carbon Roller. Oh, not quite getting the camp that they wanted and getting taken out there. We have just another Super Claim. I don't know how they continue to build these so quickly. And another Crab coming from Death Do Us Apart. There's a Crab on the side of Dam, though. And we are going to see a bit of a Crab off here. Nice pick from Dam's Crab, and that's 2 down on the side of Death, as they are cooler, but definitely more of a defense position, especially as this pencil gets chipped by the Crab, and we see Tommy Echo going down to more chip damage with the Wavebreaker and the Crab and the weapons. There is so much chip damage coming out of the comp here, and that's 3 down. You can see them trying to push in. There it is, the Clam Dunk for Dam, and unfortunately immediately losing the Dread, but these Chumps are out, getting a pick as well. Chumps for the Space Control. We get it to 80, not quite 80. And the follow-up clams in, though. Very unfortunate.
80 will not be enough. Dam needs more, needs an actual push, needs to keep the basket open and take control of that area. Dev to a support are right now holding control over the map, and they have still a super clam. As I say that, they lose a lot of players thanks to Bocchi with the pencil right now. Dam are still fighting, are preparing their push. They have the super clam ready, and then they're looking for a way in.
Yeah, they take out that S-Blast, not having to worry about the blasters. Pretty big here, and you can see that's Milk Tea trying to take the Greats route, but I think they got a trade with the pencil there. That's pretty big for Space Control, but losing their Dread means they don't have a lot of paint. We still see the Chumps out, going to maintain this control, but this pencil is being forced to back up little by little as the members of Dam lose a bit of the control, and Echo on the Crab is going to take up a lot of that plat space. You can see how far that Crab reaches. With less than a minute left, they do get taken out by the opposing Crab. There's got to have been at least 10 Crabs in this match so far. That is a wipeout in favor of Dam, and they are going to get that dunk, and all of those clams taking the lead, getting that all the way down to 40 and counting in the span of the blink of an eye, and suddenly in this last 30 seconds here, the momentum of this match has swapped. That was a 3 down there, the pencil being the only one left. You can see they very quickly have to leave as the members of Death Do Us Apart take over all of this mid space, but now in the last 20 seconds and losing their S-Blast, Death Do Us Apart have to come up with something. They're gonna have the Hammer here looking for the pick, doesn't get it, and the Viper is a little bit isolated, able to get back to the pit. We have the Cooler, but with this Crab, it's going to be so much more difficult to push in. Look at the chip damage.
Yeah.
We are seeing, oh, there's another Crab here. We've got the Chumps coming out. All of the specials are being thrown out in this last-ditch effort. Pencil getting a pick here. The other ball getting stuck. They're 2 down, and I think juggling these balls to try and keep them alive, but I don't know if there's going to be enough time to push in overtime here. We're seeing a run for it. Oh, unfortunately, not able to get up that ramp. It is unfortunately too late. The Viper trying to go for that alternate block route, maybe to get a jump in, but not quite. And so, turning the tide in the very last moment of this match, our set is now 2-1 in favor of Dam.
I mean, Dam really turned the tide again. I mean, this time in the course of a single game. I mean, we saw game 1, Dev Do Us Apart blitz in, get the victory. Then we saw a close game in game 2, but Damn being able to get better, get in with the Rainmaker, and now Damn learned how to fight Death to Us Apart and is getting better and better at countering them. That final push that they got was what they were trying to do, got a huge wipeout, and after that, of course, they knew all they needed to do was take control of the map, forcing Death to Us to use their specials early, not to push, despite being in overtime. That's rough for Death to Us Apart now.
Yeah, and to add a little salt to the wound, Splat Zones on Ramen, our fourth map, is also the pick of Damn. So they might have the map advantage here. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
Of course, Robo Ramen, a classic. Robo Ramen Zones, pretty much a classic. So it's not like Death to Us Apart hasn't played their fair share of this map as well.
Yeah, it's such an interesting map, a map that we see often. Lots of players like to play it. It's kind of this map that feels like you put it on your map list because you want a safe option to play on. And
Yeah.
I'm not worried for, like, this is not a counter pick. This is more of a, hey, everybody likes to play on it. Let's play on it. Let's put it on the list and play there. And I think both of these teams will have the strats, will have the tools to play on there. So I can't wait to see how they do. But right now, Death to Us Apart, they started so strong. But now they're in danger. One more game and they would be on the losers bracket.
In danger indeed. We are going to get into this match very soon. We haven't been seeing very many comp switches, so I wanted to say I am a big fan of the comps that we're seeing. S-Blast, of course, a great main weapon, very satisfying to watch in that Booyah kit. I love Milk Tea's choice of those dually squelchers as well.
Yeah.
Not something you see terribly often, but I think that Wavebreaker has been very well placed in giving information to the rest of their team, as well as dealing out that chip damage. You've seen the members of Death to Us Apart have to deal with that and die to the combination of it at times.
Yes.
Ooh,
Damn.
Swatch Pro!
Ooh. That's a pro?
Yeah, that's
The
the
new-
new pro. I believe it's Splat Bomb
Yeah.
missiles that we're seeing out here. So a little less paint, a little more range, killing power as well. Might definitely help against the things like that Dread and that Carbon, and maybe able to contest those dually squelchers a bit more as well.
I am so glad that Pro got its Splat Bomb back. It plays so well off of Splat Bomb.
It does.
I mean, it was the sub that was synonymous with the weapons to me because of the K-Pro in Split 2, and I mean it's really such a good sub for it. And right now, Death to Us Apart, making the Pro work, getting control of the zone, putting themselves in front of it, and again with their explosive opening, that do so much for them.
Yeah, explosive opening indeed with that nicely placed Booyah Bomb. Ooh, getting marked there with the Wavebreaker kind of shutting down the plans for the Shark. But we are going to see that Pro go in and take a... And the Carbon on the zone is down as well, and now Milk Tea on the Squelchers is getting lasered, and despite multiple attempts to cap the zone, it has only been neutralized, and there is another one there. This penalty has not been applied yet, and we are 20 and counting. We do have the Crab at the ready from the Dread, going to provide some cover for their team to get in, but we see the Cooler coming out. Their control is flipped, but we just need the penalty to be applied. That's two members down, but the penalty is not. Despite the Wavebreaker, we just need the cap. Come on, guys. There we go. That penalty of 72 must be a huge relief to Damn right now, as they are able to breathe, just barely preventing a very similar situation to Game 1.
Yeah, Damn, they need another comeback. They need another huge comeback if they want to win this game right now. Death to Us Apart already back in control of the zone, but the Carbon is punished before even getting a trade. That is bad for Damn right now, as Death to Us Apart, I mean, penalties on them, but not that much penalty left. They're making quick work of it.
Yeah, you can see Milk Tea trying to police the bottom here as the S-Blast runs away. We're going to see Chumps on that zone. Oh, and this crab from the bottom here, unfortunately getting shredded. Cooler out as well. This penalty is almost gone, but all of that chip damage going to fly onto the zone. Namika able to come and get those kills. Milk Tea also in this corner. Oh, falls to the Wiper, unfortunately, who has this hammer at the ready, likely going to try and toss it into choke here or get some more picks. Oh, there's the hammer toss. Oh, and not punished for their lack of accuracy there by that Pencil, who is able to throw out Cooler. It looks like Dam is planning their counterattack now.
They're planning the counterattack, but Death2Support still very much in position, and that Booyah Bomb is going to force an extra few seconds of wait right now. Tickle getting a nice flat with the Wiper, as Death2Support are almost getting a KO right now. Dam needs to paint, needs to push in. They lost 2 players, but they took control, and we applied penalty.
Gosh, I feel like they're just trying to keep us on the edge of our seats here, just saying, you know, we'll let it go down all the way and then we'll apply penalty again. But every time they apply that penalty, it is slightly less and gives them a little less room to work with. All of the missiles coming out from the Pro here, going to make it that much more difficult for them to keep this positions, especially with how little room you have here to work in the choke point. Oh, Namika, though, able to get that jump, save their teammate who was jumping in, but this penalty is almost gone. Cooler is out for the members of Death2Support as well. Oh, the S-Blast! Oh my goodness. Just, how do they pull off these doubles? It's incredible. And with that, there it is. There's our game. Oh, man.
We are going to a game 5. And I mean, that S-Blast on the side of Death2Support, very much doing the heavy lifting. I mean, getting indirects with a blaster is, you have to know the position well, you have to know the distance to your opponent. Getting it with the S-Blast on long range mode, on purpose, like to dodge something, it's super hard.
Yeah, I wholly agree. People are like, sometimes people think, oh, Blaster, you have the huge area of effect, but that fire rate is not that high. It's very low, especially compared to other weapons. And so you really have to get a grasp on how your opponents are going to move and predict where they're going to be. I mean, I've seen, this is similar to Explosher, you know, it's kind of the Blaster Slosher, but I've seen Blaster and Explosher players, like, read opponents so well, they shoot in front of where an opponent is going to be.
Yeah, it's the kind of weapons that really demands a player to step up, both in terms of tactics and of mechanics, and it really shows, lets a player shine when they're able to use it well. Right now, we are going to a game 5 in this winners finals of Paddling Pool. We have so much action. I mean, these two teams have given us upset, and now they're gonna fight till the very last game.
Very last game being the tiebreaker map Tower Control on Inkblot Art Academy. We are returning to Tower Control. I'm sure this S-Blast is happy about that. So, with the momentum being really like a game of tug of war here, with some very convincing games from Death2Support, but also incredible defense and responses from Dam that we've seen, I think this game could really go either way.
I mean, anything's possible. As you said, we've seen Dan with momentum on Tower Control, but that was game 1. I mean, Death2Support. We're seeing 2 very different teams that what we saw 3 games ago. And right now in this new Tower Control, let's see what these teams are doing. The Splattershot Pro is coming back. That's a good idea. It worked so well. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, looks like we've got also swaps off of the new kits. So we're going to Order Slosher and we're going back to Carbon Deco as well. Completely fair. That Burst Bomb on Carbon is incredible, and those Zukas are also going to be very, very useful. We do see the Blaster fighting the Slosher for this right stack over here, and it looks like chasing that Blaster away with these Splat Bombs as well. We've got a pick on the Pro as well, and a lot of mid-area But the blasts are coming back and getting, and that's 3 down. The Carbon being the only one left. That is a wipeout. Oh my goodness. So just like that, the mid control flips, and already we've got members of Death Do Us Apart in bats firing missiles on Plat as well. And suddenly there's just no room for them for Dam to work with. They do get the pick there. Navika's able to break out into mid, but getting taken out. Tickle here with the hammer. Absolutely huge double there, and just continuing to take space on this uninkable ramp while that tower moves, notably only now reaching the first checkpoint.
Only now, despite getting a wipeout, they're finally at the checkpoint. They get through it, but the strikes come in and are going to stop that push right there. Dam are finding the answer, are defending well, and now we're back to a fight for mid. We're back to neutral, Kater.
Back into neutral indeed, and despite how, like you said, despite how dramatic those shifts were, only to 75, just barely clearing that first checkpoint. We see the Zuka out here and a little jump out from the Carbon back to safety. We are seeing Death Do Us Apart take that tower again. They lose the S-Blast though, but we also we have the hammer from the Wiper. Looks like they're just going to toss that to the club, and they do get Milk Tea with that, just bullying these ledges here. We have the Slosher pushed back a little bit. You can see they're just not quite able to get in with the opposing pencils range and all of that. And now we're seeing this Booyah Bomb come out from the S-Blast. Straight back into bats it goes, and the cooler as well. That tower is somehow still at 70. I feel like this is the slowest moving tower I've ever seen. I think the members of Death Do Us Apart are just so busy getting picks that none of them are staying on the tower. Like, look at it right now. It's only just tapped to 69.
We're still very much stuck. This tower will not move, but slowly Death Do Us Apart are moving tiny inch after tiny inch to 64 points. We haven't still touched the second checkpoint, and Dam is coming back, but they lost 2 players as they are defending with these missiles. Can Death Do Us Apart resume that push? It feels rough.
It does feel rough indeed. Oh, and forcing the last jump out into mid here, right into the strikes.
Oh!
Still managing to live. Wow, nice timing on that. Death Do Us Apart loses their pencil, loses their S-Blast. That's 2 down, and you can see the members of Dam absolutely jumping on this opportunity, getting these stacks underneath their control. DD here on the Slosher, taking control of this right side, cycling over. Nice flick there to take out, I believe that was the pro, bullying the ledges again. Slosher's favorite thing to do. And we're just seeing a consistent, almost a stagger here now, coming out from Death Do Us Apart. Milk Tea does go down, able to put down that wave breaker though. Tickle here, but coming from behind with the Wiper. That lead flips very quickly though, and now we are sitting at the second checkpoint, but that is 3 down. Namiko here on that. There is the wipeout. So, this is really feeling like that Rainmaker match again, where both of these teams have very strong defense, and it's more low scoring. It's really just about the 1v1s and 2v1s that we're seeing both these teams take.
I mean, this game, this map mode is very much about taking control of the top left of the bats. Right now, the missiles could let a Death Do Us Apart get in, but the defense by Dam, as you said, very strong, very much able to stop that right now. But as I say that, the lead is going to flip, and there's another wipeout. Death Do Us Apart getting the comeback. It's their turn to take the lead in the last minute.
Absolutely crazy flips again we're seeing here, all the way to that third checkpoint and counting. It's like they heard what I said about not standing on the tower, because suddenly they've got multiple members standing on that, all the way to 13. We do see cleanup going here, just eating the shot somehow. I don't know how DG is surviving that, getting another pick, looking for another. The Slosher gameplay is incredible, and they are chasing down Tickle, that last member, perhaps a little bit too soon. Oh no, gets the cancel on the hammer. So as we move into the last 15 seconds, see a little bit of sharking going on. I don't know how they escaped that Carbon roller, because that Carbon is the king of sharking, but we do have that Zuka at the ready, and so we are going to see overtime here. Namika getting that nice ledge bullying pick, has to get on the tower though, because their teammates aren't there. That's a double! That's a double, that's a triple on the tower! The quad! And we have a jump in. But Namika getting the pick! Okay. There's the wipeout. Oh man.
And that's going to be Death Do Us Apart, getting their ticket to Grand Finals. Damn, they fought well, but now they'll have to fight again in losers finals if they want their revenge.
That feels like a pretty apt summary of the match we just saw, honestly.
Mhm.
Back and forths, last minute lead flips, really, really good overtime attempt, but oh man, what a great set.
Yeah, a great set indeed. Now I guess we're going to have a short break as we wait for the losers bracket to advance. I think we're going to watch losers semis, Gator.
Most likely, yes. So, we'll see you on just a couple of minutes when that match is ready. Stay tuned. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paddling Pool number 325. If you're just joining us, I'm Kater. I'm joined today by my lovely co-commentator, Pat. We are currently looking at losers semis. We've got Seed 2 versus Seed 3, Aphex versus Blank Z.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a brutal tournament for our top seed. Our seed number 1 was just booted out. I believe it was by, let me check to be sure. I guess it was by Aphex who managed to beat seed number 1. And now seed number 2 and 3 want to get their groove back, want to get back in the game and fight the team that put them there. But they have to fight each other, and we are going back to Crableg Capital on Clam Blitz, Gator.
Yes, we are. We were just here and saw a huge amount of crabs, so I do wonder if we'll see similar weapons come back. Of course, both the new Dread, and the Vanilla Splash have seen a lot of use for their paint and their crab spamming abilities. Also, that Burst Bomb on Splash is another very strong thing, and Dread overall just being a pretty strong weapon, loved for its paint output, so would not be surprised to see one or both of these come back. We are out of time in that weapon selection screen, so let's load into this first battle here. Only in a best of 3 here. Not a lot of room for error.
Hey, this is what happens when you lose a set. You get put into the best of 3 bracket.
Ooh, Stickers Stamper.
Oh,
that's new
human.
Hydra. Yeah, let's go. I love Hydra, and I love new Hydra. I will say I personally like playing that kit on tower control a lot, so to see here in Clams is definitely interesting because sometimes you want to bubble, right under that basket, and Hydra isn't always right there under that basket. We are also going to see that new Stickers Stamper as well as the new Pro come out from Aphex here, so lots of third kit rep going on, and we have that V-Dualies, interestingly enough, not the new Dualies, which I've been seeing. Oh, hello! Oh my goodness! Okay, the bubble really working out for them there. Fairy Break and 3 down. We're gonna see Snivy here put out those missiles, chase down another member down to 71. Very good break there.
That was a very nice first push, very nice opening by Blank Z right there. Aphex now stuck to defense, forced to do what they can. They had numbers advantage, but they struggled to really stay on the map to keep Blank Z from pushing in, and right now with a Booyah Bomb it's their turn to try to go in, but they already lost their Junior, and they'll have to wait a little bit before pushing.
Yeah, not able to get the momentum off that Booyah Bomb that they wanted. We're seeing Yoshi have to give up that spot far left as well, feeling a little too threatened. And wait, this comp is double bubble.
Yeah?
I just realized that. I forgot Junior has bubble also. I completely forgot that's what it has.
On this map, it's hard to get under the basket, so it's hard to get control of the basket. The opponent has such a good defensive position. If you're able to put a bubbler there, or even if you're able to put a bubbler by the bridge, by the Grades bridge to the basket, you have such a good advantage to push right there. We saw Blank Z get a good push, but they only got 3 clams added to the super clam. That's not much.
No, it's not. Going to see 2 down. They lose both the bubble weapons actually, and so you can already see with the Pro with 7 clams the signal to give them a clam. They've got it. There's the dunk and getting out as well. Yoshi here all the way up on the top right on those Grades, distracting that Hydra down to 74 right now. Are they going to be able to get any clams in to tie up this lead? Yoshi opting to drop here instead of going for more clams, and we do not see a lead switch despite how in favor of Aphex that push seems to be.
They didn't deploy a bubbler under the basket, so they didn't get the points. That's what you need to do if you want to score good points right there. You need something big to take control of that area. Right now, both teams are waiting for a better opportunity, and they have 2 minutes before the end of the game, with right now Blank Z still in the lead by only a single clam.
Yes, they are opting to throw away that power clam, interestingly enough. We are going to see, oh, there's Mondi with the bubble, with 1 pick, with 2 picks, looking for that third.
Whoa.
Oh, the bubble comes up. That pick goes through anyway, and they're just going to absolutely shred that bubble.
Yep.
So preventing what could have been a catastrophe there, almost single-handedly. Very nice kill streak there. We are going to see the pro here take use of their longer range, and that bomb, like you said, that splat bomb works just so well in tandem with that main weapon. Love to see this kit. Monty's also, you know, on that junior, answering with splat bombs of the with their own.
Yep, and right now we see Apex still fighting, trying to find a way in, trying to find a way forward, but not able to really get enough ground. They have enough clams to make a super clam, but what they need is a way in, and right now Blankzy is waiting for them, strong in their defensive position. Blankzy is not trying to get control of mid, they're simply delaying the game for 1 more minute.
Yeah, and I think that partially, in fact, to the Hydra. This Hydra absolutely loves stalling. There's that bubble all the way on the right there, just allowing them to take that space that they wouldn't have otherwise.
What?
We did see that. Oh, wait! Whoa,
What?
hey! Wait, no, they're gonna get the deck. Oh, did they get that one in? Did they get the
They
clam in?
missed.
I couldn't tell.
They missed.
Oh, they
The
missed.
jump
That's
was the jump
I think
was
the
too
two
much
was
under the
right
basket.
under the directly under the basket. I don't think you can throw the clam straight up, but okay, sure. We'll just put a little more penalty on there and take a little bit more time away, because even with the sheer amount of 3 power clams we've got on the side of Apex right now, that is 12 seconds left plus overtime that they have to push. Now, granted, they are in a pretty good place to do it. They have the bubbles, they have the booyah, but they lose the junior. No more bubbles. But they're losing the dualies as well. We're gonna see Snivy here go in and get shot down by the Hydra. Oh, the sheer power from that Hydra is absolutely huge. You can see the perch that they're on is uncontestable without the range of the pencil to help them. And we almost have the booyah bomb. Oh, but Monty's going in. Oh, gets taken out though, so no jump for them. Yoshi gets a pick, has this booyah bomb at the ready, but the bubble, the double bubble comp,
Bubbling.
it works. Oh,
That's
double bubble. Oh, I am so happy to see this Hydra, because Kreblik is like a playground for that weapon, and it really excels on that defense here. So shout out to Pyro.
Especially with the bubbler on this map, you can see the opponent coming to you, so you can mow them down with the Hydra before they shred the bubbler. It works so well, and right there, we really saw Blankzy take control of the game, get the better pushes, get the surprise pushes, and Apex, we're fighting well, we're getting pushes, we're getting control over the map, but we're not able to get under the basket.
Oh, they weren't. Also, that super jump directly to underneath the basket was pretty funny.
Yeah.
I didn't realize you could jump right under it, but I guess there you go.
It's how it works, and Blankzy right there, getting game number 1 in a best of 3, have a great option onto the game. Now we're going to Rainmaker on Museum d'Alfonsino. And oh wait, game 1 was the pick by Apex. Now we're going to Blankzy's map mode.
Yeah, Rainmaker Museum. I do wonder if we'll continue to see the Hydra looking at Pyro's weapon pool. They've got that Hydra listed, also has Hedit and other Splatlings. Also the Luda Neo, so that's an interesting addition to an otherwise all Splatling weapon pool. As a Splatling player myself, I respect it.
Look at Pyro's PFP.
Hugging,
I
plug in
think
that
we're gonna
Hydra.
see more Hydra.
That Splatling hugging emote is so cute. I love it so much. It makes me so sad that it wasn't in Splatoon 2, though.
Yeah.
But yeah, if I could, I would hug my Splatling too. There's people that print life-size replicas of weapons, but the Splatlings are so big, they're like $400. And I'm like, do I get a Switch 2 or do I get a life-size heavy Splatling?
I mean, could you even carry a Hydra technically like that?
I mean, if it's 3D printed, yeah, those 3D printed things are pretty light. It'd still be a bit of a workout. But let's take a look at the comms we've got here. Switch over to that Forge Pro and the Vanilla Stamper, as well as the Hedit instead of the pencil. So a few switches from Apex, and we've got a lot of aggression going on because that plat is already painted orange. We do see sticks. That is a swap to the Tetra Dualies, and we have the Sploosh. Sploosh. Sure enough. Okay, sure. It's Rainmaker. Bring out the Sploosh-o-matic.
On Rainmaker, you can bring a Sploosh. It's
Break
fair.
some ankles, you know.
Exactly. Right now, Blankzy, they're getting into the fights. I mean, that's what they need to do with Tetras and Sploosh. They need to run forward and hope for the best. Right now, it's Apex taking control of the game, trying to get forward, but they know with these weapons that they constantly have to look to their side because anything could happen.
Yeah, I gotta watch for flakes like a hawk. And that.
Ooh!
Oh, saying no push for you.
Mm-hmm.
Was that a reef kill?
Yeah, that was a
Is
Reef
that
Slider.
the Tetras that have reef? I don't remember the Tetra kids. We do see
the Tetra has
the
reef.
okay. I wasn't sure if I was going crazy or not. We do see you can see the Zip get recalled there, looking for the picks. Oh, losing the Rainmaker and losing the Pro as well though, and Zekrom also getting chipped there, not quite able to escape. So we see Yoshi doing a little sharkin, little bit of funny business here. I think does not get the funny business off as they get taken out, and the Rainmaker also getting traded out there as well. So we are now in favor of Blankzy as they start their own push, picking up that Rainmaker, and it looks like they're going to use the spinner to make that jump to the checkpoint just as soon as it's in position. They gotta wait a few more seconds.
They're waiting patiently, and the Rainmaker is a great weapon to rate right there.
The bubble, there it is.
Yep. The Booyah Bomb will come to stop the bubbler, but not in time to delay the checkpoint. Now, neither team has a checkpoint to go through anymore, which means it's going to go faster and faster. One mistake could cost 30 points.
Absolutely. Oh, speaking of mistakes, getting a little caught in the combination of missiles there, and Yoshi also just being stranded in a sea of blue ink there. That's two members down here. Mondi forced to back up as Blankzy is grabbing this Rainmaker, gonna take it onto Plat again. You know they want more points. Nice squid roll there. They're just gonna bring this forward to take the lead all the way to 24. That's what you love to see. Well-timed explosions and bubbles there. You know, if last set was the set of the crabs, I think this set is the set of the bubbles.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's working for them. Nice bubbles to get more space to delay the opponent. Both attack and defense, it works. Right now, Apex need a big push with 2 minutes left in the game. And now Blankzy, all they need to do is ride the momentum, get into trades with the Rainmaker, and stop Apex before they can score.
Trading with the Rainmaker seems exactly exactly what's happening, but that was a quick 3-down situation there with only the Pro on the right available, and now we're seeing all of these specials come out. We've got the Zipcaster, we've got Mondi with the bubble placed in an incredible position, but the Rainmaker has to get to that bubble first. They are trying to outrun the Hydra and the combination of everything else, but they don't get there, and so we are still at 40. Yoshi's here, still trying to get that pick, coupled with Zephyr. I think they're going to be able to. You can see, taking out the Pro on that drop there, but the Rainmaker does get dropped off Flat. 2 down situation on both sides here. We have the head. Sharking time? Sharking on the Hydra time? It works! The bomb on the bubble! Just as Pyro is dropping. Very unfortunate. And now that Rainmaker is back in... Actually, I don't know where the Rainmaker is. Where is that Rainmaker? Is it back in mid?
It's still in mid, yeah, I think. And
There it is,
they're waiting. Oh, they put the
no, it's
Rainmaker
not!
They put it on the bad spot.
Oh, I wish I saw that earlier because I would have pointed it out immediately. They put it on the silly glass spot, and that caused such a delay in the ability of Apex to push up because now we're in the last 30 seconds. There's a nice bubble in mid, but we just have dives for it. That is just wasting their time. Another 5 seconds gone. We also still have the missiles from the Pro, and that's 2 down on the side of Apex as well. I don't even know if we'll see overtime at this rate with a single target on the missiles.
Blankzy has been in full
they're doing it
wasting
again.
your time.
Oh my god. They tried to do it
it.
again. I think Mondi said no, but that's a 3 down. Usually the only one alive here, desperately trying to fight on their own, getting a pick even still, but no dice. There is our set. Blankzy with the absolute shenanigans. Now we know why they picked this map.
I mean, they really took control of the game. Once they had that good lead, once they were able to put themselves in there, they only played absolute gremlin mode. Like it was, they were everywhere and not trying to get a push, not trying to construct anything. They were just in every fight, denying control, denying any kind of push. And even when Aphex were able to take control of Blank Z's Splat, it didn't matter because the Rainmaker was on top of a glass, completely unreachable and annoying to get. Very much Blank Z controlling that game.
That Rainmaker spot is so goofy.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe they tried to put it there a second time. They did get shot down, but it would have been really funny if they did it again.
Yeah.
Well, another great show filled with shenanigans and ankle breaking from Blank Z and Aphex there. And we are going to wait on losers finals now, which we do have. We're going to see Dam and Blank Z duke it out. We're just going to get that set up, and we'll be right back in just a couple of minutes.
And welcome back. We are now in the lower finals of this paddling pool 325. I'm still Pat here with Kader to watch these wonderful teams give us more great games.
Yes, these two teams who we've seen both of them before on stream, and now we are going to see them again. We just saw Blanksy get a 2-0 victory over Aphex in the last set, and now we are headed to losers finals. This is a best of 5, so a little bit longer set, and they are going up against Dam, who we watched in winners finals lose 3-2 to Death to Us Apart. So both these teams, great runs in the tournament so far. Very excited to see what they bring.
One other thing about their run in the tournament is that they met. They got to a game 5 in winners semis. So
we're seeing a rematch here. I see.
Yeah, Blanks wants their revenge against Dam. We'll see if they're able to get it, if they're able to get to grand finals. But yeah, it's been hard fought the first time. We'll see how it goes right there. Going with Rainmaker Museum already to open. I guess Blanksy are happy to see that. They're hot on this map.
Yeah, it looks like both of these teams picked this map as well. But yes, Blanksy did have a great time. I wonder if they're going to go for that Rainmaker spot again. We will see in just a few seconds as it is time to load into this match. These teams picking out their weapons. Expecting similar comps from what we've seen from both of these teams so far.
Yeah, great. Two great teams, a lot to show, and it looks like Blanksy is bringing back the sploosh again. No
Vigilus and
Tetris, but the
sploosh.
sploosh. Yeah.
And Spyro switching to that Headit as well, so it's looking like perhaps they want Cooler this time playing here. Maybe they said, maybe a little bit different play style. Oh, early pick on that Carbon, double pick. Pyro, and the combination of Pyro and the dualies dropping there, but that is possibly one of the fastest checkpoint drops I've seen all the way. We are 42, and we are absolutely running it forward. A trade there between the Rainmaker and a Carbon, and we still have the Crab doing significant damage to this Rainmaker shield as well. Golda here just keeping the positioning up, and we've got the sploosh for that hammer. The Rainmaker is going to get dropped here, but there's the hammer. Wow, that's a hammer from the top ropes. Pyro, how?
And that was the first minute of the game. Blanksy went so fast, and they're attacking again. They're moving in
my gosh.
again. The Pencil defending as strong as they can, but Golda getting in there with his dualies, getting more aggro. It looks like this push is not going to go further, but I mean, Blanksy are not stopping, not slowing down.
Yeah, I feel like this is a different side. As somebody who's not seen Pyro's gameplay before, this feels like a different side of them, just because that heavy edit enables them, especially with Cooler, to be so aggressive and have so much movement. They are doing, they're very farther up than they were with that Hydra, which of course is Hydra, but does get taken out on trying to get that. Oh, we've got a hammer chase going on here in the flat, and all these strikes as well. It is Dan's turn to push. Oh, it is not. They get taken out on the spinner here, and we just have the sploosh doing sploosh things again.
And they're still there, they're still dancing. How they got away with that for so long? Okay, finally they get punished, but I mean, Blanksy, with every fight right now, it's 3 down onto Dam. Rainmaker is resetting, and Blanksy is back on the attack, Kader.
Oh yeah, Namaka looking for that pick. Golda, oh, okay, I think one of them had to jump out there, but we just have the sploosh picking up that Rainmaker again. That lose the dualies, unfortunately. We had the strikes coming out, and that is Rainmaker going down, but that has already been half of our game. It feels like it's just been, again, shenanigans from Blanksy. Oh, well, the shenanigans might be over here, because with some nice positioning from this Carbon and the Slosher. No, but the checkpoint doesn't even get broken. Oh my goodness. the shenanigans are still afoot. We've got another pick coming out here. And the Rainmaker does not get dropped off the ledge. It becomes very close, though. And with these strikes here, that Rainmaker is going to go back in possession of Dam as they are going. But Pyro is all the way in mid on the spinner? Contesting the pencil?
Well, with 3 down, the Rainmakers... Wait, how do they not get the checkpoint yet?
I don't know. I feel like they should have gotten it a minute ago, and yet we're still here fighting. Pyro goes down again, but the Rainmaker gets struck. So even with this hammer paging a whole path, that Rainmaker just goes all the way back to mid. They pick it up again, but Golda is here to delay that. Okay, finally, the checkpoint breaks, and we are now 42-58 in what feels like this match has been taking forever, but it was really only a minute.
So much has happened right there. Pyro forced out by the strikes. Lots of players have gone down. Pyro trying to fight for the pop right there. That pop is so important. Yoshi!
What? The just insane damage on the sploosh. You could see them. They were trying to set up for the pick, the flank, and it just didn't work because the Rainmaker exploded. Look, they were going for the pick. I'm pointing at my screen as you can see it. Pyro got the pick on the silly Rainmaker spot. I think not too far enough onto the glass, but what? This team has a game plan, and it is just go crazy, go stupid. We are seeing that Rainmaker in possession of Dam again. They are looking to get on the presence on this plat, but losing their carbon makes it so much more difficult. And the Cooler is out for the side of Blank Z right now. We have the Crab as well. That's a lot of power. Gold is getting to a high place to pop that Crab. There we go. A lot of Champ getting one, gunning for that Rainmaker. There, Crab gets lasered by the carbon, but oh man, we do still have that pencil down. We have that sploosh and we have that pop going. I don't know if we're gonna be able to see Dam get back to this Rainmaker in time. We've got a lot of guarding going on here.
Yeah,
look at the curling bombs. Golda finishing that off with a clean double to seal the deal. That is our first game. That was just our first game.
It was hard fought, but in the end, Blank Z going everywhere around the match, doing so much with their weapons and just thriving off of the chaos they saw.
Yeah, absolutely. Really just taking that Rainmaker everywhere except where Dam wanted it to go.
For sure. Absolutely brutal. Now, we're going to go to Clam Blitz this time on Runes Umami.
Okay. Umami Clams time.
Yep. Umami
Whose pick
Clams.
is this?
That is a pick by Team 1, which is Damned. That's his
I
Damned
see.
pick. So they better use it to their fullest, get a comeback, get their head back in the game. We know that these two teams are pretty even with each other. They got to a game 5 earlier. This is game 6 and they're tied right now. Technically.
Yeah, technically indeed. I doubt we'll see that sploosh as it seems like a niche Rainmaker pick, which is in fact completely fair. You can I do know a few other players that will bring out the sploosh just for Rainmakers, so we're most likely going to go back to the slightly more classic comp that we saw.
Yeah, I mean, this is on the Rainmaker. Having a Hydra can be pretty rough. Especially the bubbler isn't necessarily great for backline there. For Clam Blitz, again, if you can place a bubbler on snipe, if you can get on enemy snipe and place a bubbler, you have such a vantage point. You have the perfect super jump spot to put every clam on the map in the basket.
It really is the perfect place to sit up there and control and just be king of the whole map, really.
Yeah, very much. Lots of possibility, but I mean, another thing to take into account is that these two teams know each other now. These two teams have been fighting, have been trading blows. It's mostly more than the map. You need to adapt to your opponent at this point.
Now let's take a look at what we got here. That Hydra is in fact coming back out.
Double Bubbler is back.
It sure is. Double bubble. Back to that, Junior. Completely fair again. Seemed to work for them last time in Clams.
It works pretty well. It gives so much paint, especially for Clam Blitz. It's very much very useful to have that amount of paint around the map.
Yes, indeed. We'll take a look at this neutral state here. Looks like a lot of paint out in favor of Dam right now. A lot of pink on the board here, kind of forcing the members of Blank Sea back into their own dome area. Oh, that's a lot of picks.
Yeah, that is indeed. The Bubbler is not going to resist very long. Yoshi to the side with Virginia. He's not going to delay.
Oh, the Zuka.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that Zuka pushing these members all the way back to the spawn, and we got a little walking going on here, I guess, from that pro. Pyro has dropped into that pit. Interesting place for a Hydra to be, and unfortunately, I think they get pounced on for that.
Yeah.
Opting to throw clams in there for the pencil instead of the bomb. You see Pancake here very, very aggressive with their positioning, missiling with the back to the spawn. The hammer getting canceled, and that push was all the way to 29.
Yeah, 29 is pretty nice right now. Damn, got a nice opening right there. It's on Blangzy to really get their push, get their footing right now. It's not looking good for them. Damn, are very much in control of this map, Kater.
Yeah, striking the bubble as well, meaning that the bubble just explodes, and you can see forcing Pyro into that pit again for a second. We did get a pick on Namaka there, so not having to worry about the carbon, and the wiper for a little bit is very big. Those missiles also doing a lot of work. They do have to worry about that slosher doing a lot of chaos work on the right though, but does look like they got that pick, so slowly but surely they are getting their way, making their way back into mid. They do have a couple of specials, but they also have to deal with that Zuka and the hammer from the wiper that is online. Pyro here made it to top mid, has to using this pillow as cover very nicely against that pencil, and you can see Yoshi here doing a little bit of sharking, probably wants to bubble under the basket if I had to guess. There is that bubble, and here comes Pyro with that super jump into the bubble, getting the clam into the basket, but unfortunately, they lived as well, putting up their own bubble under there. Unfortunately, doesn't look like we're going to be able to get much follow. Okay, sure. You can get a double. I was going to say not much follow-up, but that's very, very good place there from Goldo on those dualies.
That's good plays, that good splat, but that's not good points for Blank Z, who only got 20, and with a bit over 2 minutes left in the game, Blank Z needs another push as Dam is back in control of mid.
They do, and needing another push in the last couple of minutes is not where you want to find yourself. Golda here, popping crab top mid, has to worry about the slosher and the hammer getting thrown at them, though. We have the cooler coming out here on right as 2 down on the side of Blank Sea. And Pyro getting caught in the crossfire there. Unfortunately, we're forcing the drop here, and this might have to be a jump out for this pro who's getting targeted relentlessly by the wiper there. I don't know if that fight, they'd lose that fight, unfortunately, and we have, things of another push forming here with these strikes going in as well, and this power clam being held, and that hammer throw. So the Hydra goes down. That's a lack of a huge amount of their range. We have a bubble going up defensively, but it doesn't matter if you just run through the bubble and continue getting the picks.
Ooh, yes, and the barrier is broken again, then extending their lead. They don't need that many clams to win the game right now, and they have a super clam. That could be
we're jumping
enough.
the power in.
It's jumping in, and that's game. Dam ties up the score.
Even with that pick at the end, it doesn't matter if that clam goes in. That is a clams knockout.
Yeah, very, very nice game right there by Dam. Blank Z only scored 1 super clam. They got under the basket with 1 super clam, and that was it.
With that bubble too. That was a good play though. I would say Sneaky Junior plays are always very fun.
Indeed, but they were not enough right there. Blank Z needs a bit more if they want to get back against them. We are 1-1, and now going on to splat zones, this time on Barnacle and Dime. Let me check. Yeah, they didn't meet on this map yet, so that's.
I see it. So it's a bit of a clean slate for everybody involved.
Yeah. Very much a clean slate, everything possible. On this map, especially, it's very much about the lockout, your ability to take control of the map. We saw Dam very much fight very well for mid on Umami. If I can bring back that kind of dynamic, Blankzy is in trouble.
Yes, I agree with you there. We'll see how well this lockout goes. I mean, lockout's a name of a lot of the games here, but so important. Do wonder if Pyro is going to stick on that Hydra because it's got such strong. I like the Hydra, but we saw how proficient they were on edit as well, and I feel like that edit playstyle and being pretty aggressive, matching the speed, did work out for them.
I mean, you raise a good point, and on Barnacle especially, speed is very important because you want to be able to retake as fast as you can, otherwise you might lose a push because it takes so much. And Blankzy
there it is.
are going to bring it back. That heavy edit, I guess, will probably stay for the rest of the set.
I wouldn't be surprised. And of course, they still have that junior bubble, so not like they're losing a huge tool. That cooler may also help, especially with the amount of coolers that that Bochi on that pencil has been outputting. And oh, that's early golden going down on the dualies. We do have an immediate bubbler on the zone here, but it is also getting shredded, and that is very quickly zoned, going in favor of Dam here. Wiper doing a little fighting here, forcing a jump out in this alley, and getting that pick on Golda, that trade there. Very nice. 2 down on both sides, though, in that control of zone flips.
Yeah, very, very nice opening by Blankzy right there. They push in. They're in control of Snipe. They're pushing ahead of the zone. Now Dam needs to prepare a big, big push, and they're waiting for all of their specials before they can go in. Here comes the strikes, as Dam is trying to, but the hammer got punished right now. It's two... Okay, a few players down on each side. Can Dam get the zone right now? The bubbler on there means Blankzy gets to keep the zone for now.
For now, we had the Zuka go out there, and we've got all 4 members painting like their life depends on it. And no matter how much paint that Junior and those duels have, you're not going to be able to outpaint a full team. We've got the strikes coming out, pushing them back, and the Junior is down as well. The Slosher here pushing up through that alleyway, and that's 3 down with the Proby, and the only one left, a full wipe for Dam there, and now you can see how aggressive they are being, taking over that court area. The Slosher absolutely bullying these higher ledges and walls here, forcing the Junior to fully reposition and go into line of side of that pencil there. Now that that lead has flipped and we have the cooler here, this speed is ramping up. As you can see, the Junior trying to, I think, bubble into the zone. We've got the Crab as well. That's 2 down. We've got the Hammer. So finally now we see some more presence on the zone. There is the zone flip. We're now 47-30.
It's, I mean, right now, Blankzy able to get the zone back, but can they get rid of their penalty and get that lead back? I mean, they're in the right position, and their bubbler is ready to delay the next push, which I guess they'll have to wait for the strikes to come before they activate the bubbler. Yep, here comes the strikes. Now Blankzy in defensive mode, using all their tools. Golda to the side while the bubbler defends. That's going to be a lead swap, Kater.
Lead swap, indeed. That Zuka not getting the value of one, but here's the Hammer, and that does get value. Now that that bubble is gone, that Hammer is absolutely running into the zone. Gets a second, but also does get taken out. Pyro here putting in the work. That's 3 down, and we're in the single digits. That Slosher is the only one we're getting the jumps in, but that Slosher is getting absolutely jumped, and that is a KO.
Very, very nice KO. Blankzy taking the game, taking 2-1. We're still very much dead even between these teams that keep trading games back and forth. And now we're going to tower control on Hagglefish Market.
Oh boy, Haggle Tower.
Oh no, on zones. On zones.
Oh, what?
Oh wait a second. I am... No,
just
no,
played
tower
zones.
control. No, yeah, we played zones. Tower control on Hagglefish. I'm dumb.
No. It happens to the best of us. Okay.
Alright.
Tower Haggle.
Yeah. It's a classic. It's the map we want to get back to, always. Very much a classic tower map. And
Yeah,
by
yeah.
the way, both teams put it on their list.
That's true, yeah. Perfect. I feel almost like out of breath from watching these two teams because they're just going so quickly and there's so much going on. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know how to explain it, but it feels like there's more different things happening than in the
Yeah.
usual match that I see.
It's the thing. I think it's the way BlanкZ likes to play. You know, they have Yushi with the junior / Sploosh constantly running around, and Golda with the Julies creating those fights. And I mean, that's why you want to have a Splatling instead of a Charger. It's that run speed, it's that movement that you can have with it.
Right. I think that's
and-
forcing Dam to respond in similar
Mhm.
fashion to
And they
either
are.
keep up or to predict. Yes, they really are to predict what's going to happen with whether it's the Sploosh sharking or the junior popping that bubble or the headed absolutely just getting cooler and fully running in aggressively.
Yeah, very much these two teams. I mean, at this level, the name of the game is to go fast, is to go faster.
Yeah.
The team that goes the fastest or win the game. And right now, these two teams are neck and neck going into. I mean, not neck and neck. That's 2-1 for BlankZ, but they are still very much dead even going into game
glamour
number
shot.
4. Oh,
We're bringing out that glamour splatter shot. That thing's got burst bomb and Kraken.
Mhm.
Very, very strong kit, and from what I've heard from other people, a pain to play into. So we'll see how that goes for Koroku here on the shot.
Yeah, that shot is dangerous right now. BlankZ putting a bubbler on the tower right away, but it didn't work that well for them. Dam is answering and stopping them, and now trying to push in 2 down onto BlankZ. It looks like Dam is gonna take the tower to the first checkpoint.
Oh yeah, losing that junior as well. Pyro still, though, notably alive, very
Ooh.
much in mid, and holding that space, unfortunately falling victim to a slosher slosh. We do see these strikes as well. That's a lot of space for Dam to work with as they start pushing up here. Strikes perhaps a little bit early, though, as they do kind of just get painted over, and now they're at the checkpoint and having to watch this tent area as we do have the Kraken, though. We have the Zuka, we have all of these specials that are going to come out. Pyro got forced out of the top left area after those two teammates died, as you can see. And now the cooler is coming out. That first checkpoint is going to fall in favor of Dam. We still see the Kraken at the ready. I think this shot is waiting for drops.
Yeah, Dam right now bringing the tower to the second checkpoint, activating the Kraken to maintain some chaos, but it's not working. BlankZ is holding strong in their defense, waiting, not dropping. I mean, with one exception that's called out, but right now the tower is on second checkpoint, but there's a bubbler and the bubbler is yellow. Right now, Dam is not able to get the checkpoint.
They are not. The defense on this second checkpoint has been admirable, and as with so many other tower maps, it really is that second checkpoint that determines the momentum of the game. Once you get past that, it can be super snowbally. So BlankZ knows the importance of this. We're going to see another Kraken in mid shoot right all the way up to this elbow area and start going into that core area. Meanwhile, we've got a little bit of a Sharking Jr. going on again. Has this going to just jump the pencil? Unfortunately getting punished for that. We do have DT here with the strikes at the ready on that slosher. 2 down on the side of BlankZ right now as Gold is forced to go back. They have the crab, probably gonna pop it up. Yeah, it's up here on this great area. But gets strike. Oh, gets striked there and doesn't go down, but the crab does get struck.
Yeah, and right now, Dam extended their lead, but are forced out. BlankZ are keeping themselves alive in this game, Jada. They cancelled the checkpoint. They made sure the checkpoint was not broken on this map. it means they're still alive. It means if they're able to get some momentum, they could get back in this game. But now they need to push.
I fully agree with that. They are beginning to push. The Kraken, though, is going to deny that. You can see them having to scatter because of that. And the strikes. So much displacement. See, two teammates all the way on the right there. There's one... The carbon goes down. This... It's a successful flank, whatever is going on. They are back in their shenaniganry, and we have the bubble on that tower. We are up to this first checkpoint now. Pyro jumping back in. You can see Kotoku on that shot all the way on the left there, possibly going around for a flank. Oh no, just getting some space, some ink out, but not getting there. That first checkpoint falls relatively quickly, and you can see Golda is underneath the tower. That is a crab from that spot. What an aggressive crab. Ooh. 2 down though, but we still have that tower. It is marching forward in the blink of an eye. We're already at that second checkpoint, and it is taking down this bubble here in the perfect position. That is the lead flipped because there were 2, maybe 3 people on that tower, and they still got members alive. They've still got members alive. There's a pick. They've got multiple. That's 3 down. No, that pro is still there. The pro is still there. Finally, that cleanup is done. But not before that checkpoint is broken and that score is taken all the way to 21. And so now it is up to Dam to bring this back.
Dam had the control of the game for so long. They were able to get all the push, to not let BlankZ do anything. And BlankZ, they got that one push. They kept Dam for getting the second checkpoint. And they did that with one single slow but steady push. And right now, BlankZ needs to get in. Dam needs to get in. BlankZ defending with all of their specials, getting the wipe out. That's going to be BlankZ with a 3-1, punching their ticket to Grand Finals.
Celebratory booyah coming out there from Golda at the end. Well deserved. Very well played. And like you said, headed up to Grand Finals.
Yeah, great game right there. I mean, we still see more action between these teams. We'll see how they're able to do next.
Right, so with that set ending in favor of BlankZ, they are going to head up to Grand Finals, where Death Do Us Apart is waiting patiently. We saw them versus Dam get a 3-2 win, so we are going to go set that up, be back in just a couple of minutes for what is going to be an incredible Grand Finals. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paddling Pool number 325. It is time for Grand Finals. If you're just joining us, I'm Kater, joined here today by my lovely co-commentator, Pat, and we are looking at two teams that we've seen before, Death Do Us Apart and Blank Z.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw Blank Z fight their way through losers bracket, get their W back, and it was a brutal lower bracket because of all of these upsets that have happened, notably in part because of Death Do Us Apart, who got their beating seed number 1. Now, these two teams are ready to fight, and we'll start with Clam Blitz on a map that Blank Z likes. It's Museum.
Yes, we are going back to Museum Clams. And yeah, like you said, we've seen a lot of good stuff coming out here from Blank Z, though I believe it was on Rainmaker that we saw them do funny shenanigans previously. Though I don't doubt that we will see similar things go on in Clam Blitz.
Yeah. Oh, stuff will happen for sure. And we'll see how these two teams do now. The Hydra is gonna come back for Museum, of course. And Death to a Support on the other side has the same comp they were running. Pay attention to that S-Blast if you didn't watch Winners Finals, because that S-Blast is cracked.
Yeah, and we are already seeing them face off against that pro, have a jump out. Pyro there has dropped alone on the right and did get taken out. This S-Blast here is already on the flat in the first 20 seconds of this game. We've already got the cooler out, and picks, and a super clam, so we have all the foundations of a very good push. However, that clam carrier does get taken out. We've down to 2 members remaining. We did have the cooler though, and so we're just going to see those members come right back. Death Do Us Apart. Get a very good place objective-wise. The hammer comes out as well, getting even more picks.
Yeah, right now we see both teams fighting for mid, trying to get some control. The bubbler is deployed on top mid as Blanks is trying to really establish themselves. But I mean, it's not about mid control, it's about pushing under the basket of the opponent, and right now neither team is really able to do that yet.
Not yet, though it does feel like it might be close with the 2 power clams and the cooler and the hammer at the ready, which the hammer is going to be popped here. Looks like this pencil has been left to just juggle the 2 clams by themselves. They might just let that one die. Nice pick there from the pencil. That's 2 down. We see Pyro here with his power clam forced to jump back to the bubble underneath the basket. Oh, not back! Jump forward. I got the spots mixed up, and that is a couple of clams going in here. 74. Don't know if we're going to see any more follow-up on that. Yeah, but yeah, I got the mixed up, and I thought Fire was jumping back to their own spawn, but no, it was to a sneakily placed bubble from that junior underneath the basket. A play that we've seen Blank Z pull off quite nicely time and time again.
Hey, they do like these super jumps, but right now, Death to Us Apart are getting the advantage, but the Hydra, the pro to defend, very nice movement. It's not going to be enough, but Death to Us Apart is going to take the lead with 2 super clams.
Yeah, 2 super clams is a lot of points in a very short amount of time. Oh, okay, the wipeout. That clam did not go in. I was worried for a second. But we do have a lot of paint going out. Yushi already having that bubbler at the ready. Not sure if they're going to save that clam. I think they do know it's kind of a trap. They're able to get away with it, though. Just very, very slowly. We have the missiles coming out Pro as well, and the S-Blast looking for something, but getting taken out instead. Oh, we're going to see another play here with the bubbler. Yep, there it is, using that block to get under there, and then Pyro is going to go ahead and jump to that bubble again. They have their own bubble at the ready, so they're going to put another bubble underneath basket. It is just the constant perma bubbler, though it does get shredded. Oh, we're seeing Pancake going.
Oh!
Get that in for the lead. Blank Z, they're still here. Yoshi, Blank Z, not with consistent long holds or picks, but with super jumps and bubbles, getting that lead and all the way down to 38. We've got 1:30 left. Exnor here with those clams, unfortunately going down to the Hydra. We have seen Blank Z have a very strong defense before, and that is looking like what they're locking into right now with the bombs, with the range on that Hydra, with the bubbles, in fact, very valuable defensively as well as offensively.
It's so hard and infuriating to play against a team like Blank Z because they're everywhere on the map. You have to look at every corner all the time. There's a bubbler behind you. There's a Tetras running at you.
Hey, guess what? There's behind you now. There's another bubbler behind you, and there's another few more clams, and that goes down to 13. It's as if you can predict the future, Pat, because despite the clams, despite the cooler, and all of the setup that Death Do Us Apart has behind them, we have more picks coming out. Golda here in that corner, living through almost all of that somehow. And now as we head into this last 30 seconds of this match, Death Do Us Apart has to expend all of the resources that they have in every single clan that they can find.
Death Do Us Apart fighting as hard as they can, juggling the super clam, trying to stay in the game. They know they need all of their clams if they want to get this victory. Now that Booyah Bomb better work for Dev Duos. They're going in. Nice splat by Cats. But, oh, they opened the basket,
it is.
but they lost the Super Clam. Can they get the comeback? Ooh.
Oh, the bubble there, the defensive bubble, and this S-Blast. Oh, we see another
Oh.
clam go in. Echo there, Tickle there, getting
Oh.
a pick, but falls, slips off the edge there. Has the clams, has the jumps in.
go
I
in.
don't, not getting it to the basket in time. Exnor,
No.
knowing that that is the fate. Oh man, very high-scoring clams match though out of both these teams.
Very, very rough. I mean, again, Blankzy getting all the KOs, getting just absolutely everywhere on the map. These super jump plays are like they're solo queue shenanigans. It's
Yeah,
like
this-
getting under basket, spamming this way, and hoping for the best. That's what it feels like. I know they're a good team, well organized, but it feels like they're just running everywhere and it happens to work.
It does feel like that, but yeah, I think that block jump that the junior doing on that junior was very, very valuable. A map like Museum where you can hop from mid to basket very sneakily and very quickly, because it is very valuable. Because if it had taken them any longer, they would have been spotted and the bubble would have been shredded, or they would have been taken out, they would have been painted over, blah 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 blah. But
Yeah.
because that block jump exists, it allowed them to just continuously exploit that little crack.
Yeah, that was game number 1, and Blankzy just took it. But Blankzy are coming from the lower side of the bracket, which means they would need to get a bracket reset if they want the victory, if they want the paddling pool crown. Dev Duo support, they suffered quite the blow, but thankfully you can't sneak past, like, you can't sneak behind people and paint the zone without them realizing, right?
Yes. Hopefully.
Hopefully. I mean, people know where the zone is, so that they should be able to defend it.
Yes, generally the zone is in a very central, obvious location. This mode is paint square, so generally you're going to be focused on the square, I hope. But again, Inkblot's zone is massive and has that center tower in there, and if they get pyros set up on there, it really could be a quick KO. We'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes, how Dev Duo support learns from what Blankzy did and adapts.
Learning and adapting, that's the name of the game. We've seen it time and time again.
Let's see how do the weapons change, and it looks like it's going to be a blaster, a regular
Okay.
blaster of the custom variety for the splashdowns. I guess.
I guess that does make
Blankzy-
sense. Yeah, those splashdowns will be very valuable in capturing the zone, especially since there's 3 of them. You can do it on the top tower. Immediately, you can see Golda going for that. And we also have Yushi in the bubble. Does get taken out, though. That's 3 down,
Oh.
with Pancake here on the blaster being the only one alive
Oh.
and gets chipped out. So that is a delayed wipe in favor of Death Do Us Apart pretty early on in the match here. Oh, and you do see they're on the plat as well. Tickle here with that wiper, putting in so much pressure. The Torpedo getting a pick there as well. We have the Hammer. Chuck that up into bats. No picks, but the spirit of the game is there. And with Cooler, they can jump out instantly. We're already seeing the strikes and everything come out. This is a lot for Blankzy to deal with.
Yeah, and we're now past the halfway mark for Dev Duo support. Blankzy lost 2 players. Yushi needs to survive. That is rough. That's a bubbler that's lost. And Dev Duo support right now are riding the momentum.
Yes, they are. I think you wanted to get onto the opposing plat so that they would have some more room to bubble and work with. Unfortunately, didn't make the squid roll, and now a little bit trapped. They do have the bubble again. We're going to see that Reef go into the zone from the Tetris. It is not going to be quite enough, though, because of how big this zone is. We do see another pick over. That's 3, 2, 1, and the splashdowns. Not quite in time. So, very fast game, too. Now our set is even.
Incredible fast game 2. I mean, right there, we had a game 1 where Blankzy created the chaos, maintained their control over the map, not by simply like creating diversion everywhere, but as you said, it's the zones in the middle of the map. All you need to do is paint the square, and when it's about simply, being at that exact spot and winning the next fight, Death to Us Apart did an incredible job taking full control and not letting BlanкZ create the chaos that they really want.
Yeah, I fully agree there. Well, we are already headed to the midpoint of this set here. Our third map, which is, if I can pull up the map list quickly enough, Undertow Rainmaker?
Yep.
Alright, yeah, sure, why not?
And both teams chose to play here.
Why would you choose to... You know what, this is just my personal dislike for Undertow showing. Carry on.
Really? Oh, it's a classic.
I know, it's
I
a
see it,
classic.
so-
That doesn't mean I have to like it.
I feel like it's one of these maps that just works, you know? You have one strong,
Yeah.
steady route, you have one fast but incredibly risky route, and that's what you want from Rainmaker. Like
That's true, that is usually what makes a good Rainmaker map. I do think it might be my personal dislike for Undertow Tower bleeding over, because I acknowledge that Undertow Rainmaker is a fine map mode, but I don't have good experiences at Undertow, so a little bit of caster bias. But I will look past it because it definitely has got it is a classic, and it's got a lot in its favor.
Yeah. It does. It plays well, and I feel like the weapons that like Rainmaker, you know, the splooshes,
Yes.
the wipers, they like to play on this map because this is the kind of map that really enables the fast kills. This is a map that really embodies Rainmaker, I'd say.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Alright, taking a look what we got here. Yep, speaking of, there is that sploosh coming
Yep.
back out for Yushi. Gold is staying on those Tetras there, and then Pancake switching back to that Splattershot Pro. So nothing we haven't seen before. We do see that's the new splash coming out there, though, from Tommy Echo. That is the you can really do a glue trap method on there if you double missed, then rain, then double missed again. But Pyro actually being pushed way back does take out the S Blast, but being the only one alive for that moment of time. Tickle here, not quite able to get anything out of that hammer, and we see, you know that Yushi wants to annihilate somebody if they go up for that Rainmaker.
Yeah, and right now, Death to Support are still defending, still waiting as BlankZ is riding the momentum. As I say that there's lots of mist to stop it, it doesn't matter. The checkpoint is going to be broken by BlankZ. They lost 3 players in the process now, but they got the checkpoint, and in the first minute, that's all you need.
Yes, first minute, and even though they lost those 3 members, they do very quickly get their positioning back, and having these missiles there as well. Oh, they lose the head, though, unfortunately. Looks like Yuji here has a hammer at the ready, is going to wait at this checkpoint because they know they're good. But it might not even be necessary if the Rainmaker just instantly goes down to Pancake and mid. Oh, that's 3 down!
3 down! It's only the hammer! Doesn't
Kira.
matter, BlankZ is pushing again!
They are pushing again. Indeed, Pyro was going to take that and run, but they did get confronted by, I think, Exnor there on the head it. Not quite able to capitalize on that, but that is just more time on Death Do Us Apart side wasted that they need to start using to push up. Another torpedo pick coming out here from the Wiper, though. And they have, there's another pick, and now here is the hammer looking to catch out, and he drops unaware, and it works, catching out Pyro there. Gonna throw that up to where the other members are. That's another pick. They are on a roll. I don't even know what that was from. And there's another one. This ledge is all theirs. And that is 2 down right now on the side of BlankZ as that checkpoint is broken. We see the rain. We see the booyah. All of this is going to mean the Rainmaker moves forward. There. Okay. Moves forward. No lead yet, but that's 3 down. And the Sploosh is the only one, so there's the lead swap. Like, speaking of Sploosh, here they are, by the way. Oh! Okay, the Wiper goes down, the 2 jumps go down. Pyro is taking this, running it back to mid. Absolute chaos here on the field.
I'm not sure what was happening there. It looks like BlankZ are able to take back some control over the Rainmaker. Now they still have to make do with their opponent. And Tommy Echo right there with the splash is going to get back some control. It's a wipeout for Death to Asphalt. And they're gonna re-grab. They're gonna retake control. They don't even need to push right now. 2 minutes left and they have a lead.
Yeah, that splash kit. Oh, usually getting a little punished there trying to rush with that splash kit, having the rain at the ready. And they also have that Booyah as well, but the S-Blast doesn't even need it. We're still seeing those same picks that we saw all those rounds ago when we watched Winners Finals. That's where we started, yeah? So Exnor here has the Rainmaker looking to just maybe push, but maybe just stall this out, honestly, running to the last minute and 30, and they are just chilling. Golda here is pushing in, but gets pretty quickly crossfired by the Rainmaker and the bodyguards. We do see another drop onto that Rainmaker trade there, so even though the Rainmaker goes down, Exnor has very good handling.
Yeah, and right now BlankZ, the lead is pretty small. All BlankZ needs is very much like a semi-good push, and they could get the lead, they could get in, but it's easier said than done. They have to support. Are getting all of the splats right now, repopping the Rainmaker. And I mean, there's only 40 seconds left right now, Caterer.
Yeah, and that choke point, like you said, is not so easy to break through as it seems. Especially with the splash having that rain, it is going to make that so much more difficult. Oh, and we're taking it up left here, I guess. So Rainmaker does go out, but that is also not a great position for it to be in. We see the hammer here coming up from the right. It does toke out Yushi as well, and that Rainmaker it's just slowly getting walked up that uninkable ramp. We do see that pop finally going in favor of BlankZ, but they have very little time to work with. Has that cooler out. Pyro is being aggressive, has to get the pick here, does get the pick on the Wiper, that's good, and now Yushi is the one with this Rainmaker. We are heading into overtime. They have to bodyguard this Rainmaker. You can see Exer off there in the distance menacingly with the Splatling, and all the burst bombs coming in to seal the deal.
The power of AoE with the S-Blast. Great moves by Death to support. We're now 2-1. And they're coming from the winner's side, which means this could be our last game of the tournament, Kader.
Yes, we are now at tournament point for Death Do Us Apart. Very intense place we have here. Check out these replays that we've got. Oh man. I mean, I know I said this before, but like just really watching these teams, I just feel breathless. The speed is very. I'm as a low-level player myself. The speed is admirable.
Yeah, they're going fast, and they're going together as well. Going fast in the game is not easy, but going fast while being that coordinated demands something else, and we really have to give credit to the kind of practice and communication that these teams are able to show us. Right now, Death to Us Apart wants to provide a few more deaths before leaving with the crown. They have their first match point on Tower Control on Hagglefish Market.
Indeed they do. Hagglefish Tower we have seen before. Sure, we've seen one of these teams there, right? Oh man. I'm sure we've seen one of these teams on Hagglefish before. We're getting to the tail end of the tournament, and my memory is starting to fail me.
Yes, I mean we've followed BlankZ throughout the low bracket, and I'm pretty sure they played on here. They were losing at first, but they got the comeback with a big, long, sustained push.
That's
where
right,
they
I
really
remember
managed to take control.
And we'll see if that story tells itself again.
I mean, Tower Control is a game of momentum. It's a game of keep going, get some more. We'll see which of these teams is able to get the better momentum and stop the other team from riding. I guess it's the new Splash that's coming this time for the Triple Link Strike.
Yeah, those ink strikes definitely going to be very helpful in zoning out those key areas of the map. Those canopies especially are huge places, very important for both teams. And then we have a switch to the Forge Pro coming out from, I believe that's Blank Z there. Still got the Hydra, still got that double bubble comp that we know and love at this point. And oh, the strikes going out. Oh, we've got, instead of Pyro now, it is Exnor's turn to be the aggressive head-it. And so it does take a little bit for the tower to start moving again, and we have Pancake there with the Booyah Bomb pushing out the members of Death Do Us Apart as well. There's a Booyah Bomb in response. We've got a lot of Booyahs on the field today.
Yeah, and Blankzy right there, defending as much as they can. Yushi deploying the bubbler on the tower. That's a way to defend. How do you do that with a junior?
Yeah, Golda going down there, but come on, just battle Junior. It's just working so well for them. These are incredible plays around the bubble. I don't know if I've ever seen a team capitalize on this, the potential of Big Bubbler as a special as much as Blank Z has, but they're doing a great job of it. You know, for all of the picks that we've seen in the first minute and 30, this is still 89-80, but this looks like it's about to change as our S-Blast here is popping the Booyah, does get shredded there, gets the pick on Yushi though, so basically a trade there. We've got two down though on the side of Death Do Us Apart as we see that first checkpoint finally get touched. All these strikes come out here as well. The Neo Splash does go down in those, pays their life for those strikes.
Yeah, and right now here comes the defense by Blank Z, able to retake control over the tower. 2 down onto Death Do Us Apart, but the Viper is still behind everybody. Dancing around is going to be punished, but that gave the time to the rest of their team to get back onto the game. It's not going to be an easy push for Blank Z.
No, it is not. They are getting on that tower though, bubbling, reef slidering, all of those good old area control specials that they got. But losing the Pro and the Tetras there leaves the Hydra isolated and prone to being picked on. You can see Yushi trying to go and help and be with their teammate. Meanwhile, Pyro there in the bubble, unfortunately gets taken out by that S-Blast. And we got that hammer too. That hammer from the Viper did go off. And we have the Booyah Bomb at the ready. So nice special staggering here coming out from Death Do Us Apart. Always making sure. And here's the strikes yet again. It feels like Blank Z just can't catch a break.
Yeah, it's non-stop. And right there, it looks like the tower stays on that side of the map. Blank Z are able to defend well. And again, that's what they did the last time they played on this map. They held strong and didn't let the second checkpoint be broken. But right now, it's mini bubble time for Pyro, trying to defend, stay a little bit longer with Hydra. Got the super jump by Pancake. Pancake is going to be punished, but we're in a 2v2. And Death Do Us Apart still has all the momentum.
Yeah, giant Hydra, tiny bubble. Not the best combination, but we do still have, again, that second checkpoint has not even been touched yet, and that is impressive defense on the side of Blank Z. But with the state that we're in the game and the tournament, they need to start going on the offense, and of course, that is not an easy task. We've already got picks down. They lose the Hydra. Golda here trying to get something in, but being by themselves, they are just kind of instantly lasered. We do see Pancake able to get one pick, looking for the second. But that torpedo is not having it, and with that, another pick on the side of Yushi. Those checkpoints are falling, and we're now at checkpoint 3. That is a wipeout in favor of Death Do Us Apart. We're in the single digits, riding up on that final, and with the Booyah Bomb to steal it off, Death Do Us Apart is going to take this tournament 3-1.
Yeah, great games by Death Do Us Apart. I mean, Blank Z created the surprise, managed to really get the better of them on Clam Blitz, but from then on it was very much Death Do Us Apart taking control, getting the games, especially on zones where they simply took the zone and got points after point, not letting Blank Z do anything. That was an incredible final by Death Do Us Apart, who now are your paddling pool champions.
They are indeed, and of course, Blanksy in second place, also with an extremely strong showing. Lots of chaos, lots of bubbles, and really putting on a show for us commentators here, which is all we can ask for. Oh man, that was an incredible few sets that we got to watch together.
Yeah, we had great games, we had a great show, but it's time for us to say goodbye. And before we do, Cater, where can I find you on the internet?
This is a great overlay that we've got here on the stream that I'm just now seeing for the first time. Is this just the first Google image result for water PNG? Well, anyway, sitting in the water here before I dissolve because Inklings can't swim. You can find me on Blue Sky at the handle below, cater.inkling.social, on Twitter at cater_, and at Riptide very, very soon, hopefully on the mic. I am also part of the Artist Trading Card Project, so you can find me and collect my printed out card there. I run around, and my commissions will also be opening next week if you want some character art. How about you?
Well, it's written on your screen right now. Padgelton on Blue Sky is the main way to find me. I'd like to give a special thanks to our wonderful observer, Jorian.
Yes,
Always great to work with you, and thank you to everybody at Apple for having us. And thank you for watching. We'll see you on Friday for Triton Cup. And thank you for being with us.